From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
All right, here we go on another Saturday. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you for the next 5 hours. It is playoff Saturday in the NBA. I guess it's also playoff Saturday in the NHL. So we got playoff action going on today. We're certainly going to talk plenty of NFL draft today, Austin, because we will be already into day 3 of the NFL draft this time next week. And there's a lot of movement happening, even in the last 24 hours. A couple players held workouts this week that maybe has caused some last-minute thinking that a player or two could rise up the draft board. Who's the player that could end up falling? We'll take a look at some of the odds that are out there. You can, of course, bet on who's going number 2, number 3, number 4, etc. overall. I think we all know who is going number 1 overall. That will be Mendoza to the Las Vegas Raiders. We also know on this show who is keeping an eye on the UFL. That would be Austin Huff.
Oh, I love that you introed it this week. Look, big week in the UFL, as we all know. Columbus Aviators pull up a big win last night against the Dallas Renegades, 28-14. But the real matchup to watch today, we all know. We all have our alarm set. 12:30 Eastern, St. Louis Battlehawks head to D.C. against the D.C. Defenders. This is a rivalry as old as time. You know, this is I think it's not the second oldest. I think it's actually the oldest rivalry in the UFL. And it's going to be a good one today. Really looking forward to that matchup. But Alex, this is next week. I'm actually taking the show on the road with me. I've kind of done this like mini U.S. tour around the country, like St. Louis, New York, obviously in my home of Chicago. But next week, I will be taking this show to the Sunshine State. I'm going to be in Naples, Florida, which means I'm hoping I return next week unrecognizable. I'm hoping this is my final show without tan skin. I want to be, I don't know if you've noticed or not since we've started in January, but the Chicago winters have been brutal on me, and I am whiter than the concert at a Coldplay concert. Like, I am literally just so pasty, and I am so ready to get my tan on.
Look, you're saying this. You're telling me. Look, I mean, anybody. By the way, you can watch the show on YouTube and Twitch if you guys want to watch, and you can know exactly what Austin's talking about. Oh yeah, because I'm just as pale, if not paler than you. So you and me both, man. You and me both.
Yeah.
Give me the 4th of July. Give me the 4th of July or so, when I'm actually going to the lake and eventually going to the beach at some point this summer. But the contrast on this show does not need to be turned up. I guess. The brightness does not need to be turned up on this or anything like that.
Yeah, we're doing damage to people's screens right now. Like, we are whiter than the cast of Friends, basically. We are we're so white that we probably have multiple NPR podcasts downloaded on our phone, right?
You guys can interact with us. As I said, watch or interact on Twitch or YouTube. Search BetMGM tonight. You can call or text the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Of course, you can listen to the show on our affiliates across the country, also on the Westwood One Sports app, Odyssey.com, the Odyssey app, and on SiriusXM channel 375. Let's kick things off, though, today, talking NBA. We had the play-in action yesterday. We'll get to that in about 20 minutes and what it means maybe for the future of Steve Kerr and the Warriors as we know it after they bowed out of the postseason with the play-in loss yesterday. But today, we've got games nonstop. In fact, we are just, 2 hours away from the first game in the postseason. That is the Raptors and the Cavs. We got the Timberwolves at the Nuggets around 10:30. We've got the Hawks at the Knicks at 6. And at 7:30 Eastern, we got the Rockets at the Lakers. We got a lot to get into from a betting angle with these games, what we think the series is going to look like. Let's start with the first game of the day, though. Cavs, Raptors. You can see over at BetMGM, Cleveland an 8.5-point favorite today. The total 220.5. Look, this is a Cavs team you and I have talked about a little bit over the last few weeks, and the belief in James Harden and the belief that he can change really his playoff legacy at this point and overall his legacy period. I understand he's going to be a Hall of Famer no matter what happens in this series or what happens the rest of the postseason. But that's the biggest question, right? If you're the Cavs, you went out and traded a younger piece for maybe a better piece right now but has no playoff track record of being effective, and that is, of course, James Harden. You move on from Darius Garland. So at bare minimum, this is a series you just simply cannot lose. But even if they bow out in the second round, if the Cavs do, and they're significant favorites to win this series, then I think there's questions about everybody involved in this core there in Cleveland. So I think they're fine in this series. So maybe this is more of a conversation for a week or two from now. But this is the start of, can James Harden proved that he's not just going to end his career like Chris Paul, which is not getting, not winning a finals, not winning a championship.
Yeah, no, it's a good question in terms of the Cavs, because you're right. Like they've only won 2 series in their 3 playoff trips in the Donovan Mitchell era, and there does have that looming question of, like, if they bow in the first or second round this year, it's like are there going to be sweeping changes in Cleveland, which is wild to say because they have. They've kind of turned the page to a new era and they've been successful, but it is, and I'm just throwing this out there just because, we host a sports talk radio show and we kind of have to, but does an early exit for the Cavs open the door for the storybook ending for LeBron James to return home?
Maybe so.
Look, I'm just throwing it out there. We don't know. But, it's like maybe that's the farewell tour that he was looking for, just outside of his hometown of Akron, in Cleveland. I don't know. I just throwing that out there. But the good thing about the Cavs is they have James Harden, right? James Harden in the postseason, though, it's a box of chocolates, as Forrest Gump calls it. You never know what you're going to get. You don't know which James Harden you're going to get. But the good thing about this year, though, is James Harden doesn't necessarily have to be the guy for the Cavs.
True.
They've got a team. Obviously, Donovan Mitchell, is the front of that list, but they've got a good surrounding cast around him to where he just needs to contribute. He needs to be the guy. Obviously, we all know the Harden, we talked about it when he was traded to the Cavs. Is his legacy just going to be chasing rings? He's played in 173 postseason games, which is the third among active players that have not won a championship. But Donovan Mitchell leading the way there, and he can kind of be the Robin to Donovan Mitchell's Batman. Donovan Mitchell, only a handful of players, including Michael Jordan and LeBron James, have averaged more than Donovan Mitchell's 28.3 playoff points per game. So Donovan Mitchell just needs to be Donovan Mitchell, and James Harden just needs to be the complement to that. And I think that the Cavs should be able to beat the Raptors. The Raptors obviously swept the regular season series 3-0, but that was all back, before the end of November. So this is a much different Cavs team that has played them previously, and I kind of like the Cavs in this series. What about you, Alex?
Yeah, I like them. I just, it's not really bettable, though, on a series price, only because if you take a look at BetMGM, they're minus 550, right? And the Raptors are 4-1. So got to find some other ways to bet it. You can bet the series pricing of, will they win in 2, will it be minus 1.5, for example. But even that's minus 200. So even if you think the Cavs are going to win this by 2 or more in the series, minus 200, I don't know if that's the number that intrigues me enough. I think you got to start looking at, do you think the Cavs are capable of sweeping the Raptors? Can they win this series, by 3 games or more? That's where I would be intrigued betting. Or, look, you bet it on a per-game basis, right? Not the money line. That's minus 350, but you go and look at the spread. I can't do series pricing unless you're betting somehow you think the Raptors are winning the series. Minus 550 is just an unbettable number.
I don't think it's going to be a sweep. The case for the Raptors, there's a few things. First of all, I think they're like the 5th best defensive team in the league. They're very good defensive team. And they also play with speed. They love to speed the game up. The Cavs love to slow it down. So if they can somehow get the Cavs to kind of speed up their game, that'll make the Cavs uncomfortable. And I think that if the Raptors can somehow get the Cavaliers to play their game, I think they have a legitimate chance of maybe winning the series, but at least taking the series deep. I think it's going to be Cavs in 6. That's what I'm taking, but then again, we all know how wrong I usually am with predictions. I also thought Lady Gaga was never going to be anything big just based on her name. So, like, take it my opinions for what it's worth. But I don't know. I just feel like the Cavs are just a little bit, they've been great down the stretch, and I feel like they're going to be just, eke out this series in 6.
Yeah, we'll talk about the East bigger picture too, and some of the predictions of how that plays out. Of course, the Celtics, the Pistons, going to factor in the Knicks big time out of the Eastern Conference. All right, let's get to the second game of the day. 2:30 tip off. Timberwolves at Nuggets. Denver a 6.5-point favorite. The total for this one 232.5. The Thunder and the Nuggets, those have been the top teams in the West for a bit now. Here we know that the Spurs are kind of that emerging team. The Nuggets. Timberwolves has a chance to be, I think, the best series other than maybe the Rockets-Lakers in this entire opening round of the postseason for different reasons, though. Because if you look at Minnesota, who goes in as an underdog in this game and in this series overall, Anthony Edwards, I think we know what type of player he is, but if he does not get past the conference finals again, and right now I don't think anybody's really picking the Timberwolves to go past both the Thunder and the Nuggets and maybe the Spurs. You think about the path they're going to have to take. But if that's the case, you're talking about another, not early exit, but certainly not able to get over the hump. And they have not been competitive in those series. And the problem for Minnesota is that they get the Nuggets right out of the gate. And so this is a difficult matchup. I understand these teams are very familiar with each other going back to not only this year, but of course in the postseason a year ago. Do you think that the Timberwolves have the roster, though, to get over the hump this year on a Nuggets team? I think Anthony Edwards might have, other than his first year in the league, his earliest exit in the postseason after having conference final appearances the last couple of years.
Yeah, I will say their experience, I think, is something that should be leaned on in this postseason. It does kind of stink that they are facing, a really good Nuggets team. It's like the Nuggets have been like quietly one of the best teams in the NFL. In the NBA this year. But it just this matchup, this Nuggets Timberwolves matchup, I feel like we've seen so much over the last few years. In fact, I think this is the third time they've met in the 4 years. They are essentially the NBA playoffs house band. When you can't book a gig, you just, all right, we'll call the Nuggets and Timberwolves to play a set again. That is what they've become in the NBA playoffs, which is, look, I'm not complaining. It makes for great basketball. But you've got the best player in basketball on the court in a Nuggets uniform. Averages a triple-double in Nikola Jokic. And then Jamal Murray is coming off his best regular season ever. I just feel like the firepower is just a little too strong. The Timberwolves kind of limped through the final month of the season. They're not at their best play of basketball. Obviously, they are now all healthy. Both, Ant, as you talked about, and Jaden McDaniels are back. But I just don't think the only thing I think the Timberwolves have in their favor is their experience of making it so deep in the playoffs in years past. But I just don't think that's enough against Denver. I mean, again, take my word for what it's worth. But I think Denver wins this in 5.
Yeah, so this one I think goes deeper though than the last series we just talked about. So it's a bad matchup I think for Minnesota just because they have to face the Nuggets right away. But I actually think this will be a more competitive series than the prior series we just discussed. Some of the pricing on this one, I was going to pull up some of the series pricing just to see where we're at on that. If you're going to take them in 5, so playoff odds right now, just to make the semis, for example, if you think somehow the Timberwolves are able to actually do that. Do we have Western Conference? I don't know if I have Western Conference odds. Here we go. Yeah. So Denver to make it to the semis minus 335. Minnesota's plus 270. You just think about their path and how difficult of a path it's going to be for them to move forward. Series betting Denver minus 335 to win this series. The Timberwolves plus 270. If you think this goes 5, like you said, exactly 5 games, Austin, plus 225. You can lock that in over at BetMGM at plus 225. And if it goes 6, plus 245. But if you believe it goes as a sweep, that's a 4-1 bet right now that you can get at BetMGM with the Timberwolves and the Nuggets opening up. All right, we're going to continue to go through all these games. Let's squeeze one more of the games in today, and then we'll pick it back up on the other side here a little bit. The Hawks at the Knicks, 6 Eastern, New York, 5.5-point favorites. The over-under 2 16.5. We know Atlanta was the team that decided to trade away Trae Young and other pieces here during the season. They still find themselves in the postseason against the Knicks team that made the coaching change after last season. Here they are, a contender in their Eastern Conference. I think what's interesting about this particular series is just overall the Hawks like to play a different pace than the New York Knicks like to play, which is something to watch if you're saying how can New York find themselves in a little bit of trouble in this series or today. The Hawks fifth in pace of play. And so if you all of a sudden get the Knicks up and running, turning over the basketball, that's the formula for the Hawks to win today or to cover today. I actually like the Hawks to at least cover in this particular game. These other games, we haven't really talked about individual betting for this game, the games today, I should say, in game one. But this would be one where I would take Atlanta. Fifth best shooting squad from behind the arc in the postseason heading in. That'll be Atlanta. So I actually think Atlanta can give the Knicks some problems tonight.
Yeah, is, in my opinion, the matchup that I've been looking forward to the most. I think it might be the best matchup in the first round because of kind of how hot these teams have been, really since, I guess if you want to put a timestamp on it, since the Trae Young trade. Atlanta has been 27-15 since trading away Trae Young, and New York in that same stretch has been 29-15. So you got two really good teams. I think I said last week on this show that the Knicks are, like, if there was a team outside of, the chalk picks of, maybe Pistons, Celtics in the Western Conference Finals, the Knicks are that team. And there's something about the Knicks when playoff basketball rolls around, at least over the last few years, especially since Jalen Brunson has kind of really almost kind of captained this team. They get hot, and if they get hot, if they can hit that level of play that they played last year, up until what was an epic series against the Pacers last year. If they get by the Pacers last year, we're talking about the Knicks potentially in the NBA Finals last year. I don't know if they have necessarily the same firepower as last year, but I do think they could be one of those wild card teams in this entire tournament. And it starts against if they can get by Atlanta, they have a tough matchup in round one to start. Two fiery hot teams. I'm really looking forward to this matchup. Do we what is the do we know the TV on this game? This is a Prime game. So this game's on Prime, which hopefully
for the first three
in the
first three today are all on Prime.
Drive,
and then tonight, a game we'll talk about on the other side, the Rockets and the Lakers, with LeBron trying to carry the Lakers through this series without Luka and company. That one, of course, ABC. The NBA's not stupid. They put that bad boy on ABC tonight. I guess 7:30 Central, 8:30 on the East Coast. I was going to say real quick on the Knicks, by the way, to your point, just about where they're at. To get to the conference final, they don't have to win. To get to the conference final, they're plus 260. If you think they can get to the final, maybe take on a team like Cleveland or take on a team like the Boston Celtics, you can get them at plus 260 right now.
Everyone LeBron's age and older probably doesn't know how to navigate Amazon Prime streaming, so they have to put it on network television, right?
That's exactly the reason. All right, I do want to talk about that series though, because you said this Hawks-Knicks series you were most intrigued by. I'm most intrigued by the Rockets and Lakers because I want to see if LeBron can carry the Lakers through this opening round. Let's talk about that game and also what occurred last night and maybe a change in the guard happening within the Warriors organization. Steve Kerr had some comments yesterday. We'll continue to take a look at your calls and texts, 310-840-4910 here on Westwood One Sports.
weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. We're just getting started on a playoff Saturday in the NBA. Talk a lot of hoops today. We'll also get into some NFL draft coming up next hour as well. Plus, the list is coming up in just a bit. If you're new to the show, Austin and I add a new item or two each and every week to the list. Sports or non-sports, something that has been bugging us. You know, we had last week the novelty popcorn issued for Austin that he added to the list. He just wants basic popcorn, basically. He doesn't want, does not want novelty
let's stop
popcorn
getting cutesy.
buckets.
Yeah, we don't need to get cutesy with the popcorn buckets, okay, guys? Let's just go back to the regular buckets that give me more than 2 handfuls of popcorn, okay? I don't need to reach my hand into a dune bucket that could be used for other things.
So we'll find out what we're adding to the list coming up in just a bit. Don't forget, this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. I do want to continue to talk about today's slate in the NBA. We'll get to tomorrow's slate later on in the show, but I mentioned right before the break, Rockets, Lakers, kind of the series I'm most intrigued by, only because I simply want to see if even at 41, is it possible for LeBron James, without Luka, without Austin Reeves, to carry them past the Rockets and somehow survive, somehow make it a possibility that Luka and company could rejoin him in round 2. They are underdogs taking on the Rockets coming up tonight. As we mentioned, that's the late game, 8:30 tip-off on ABC. Look, it's pretty simple here for the Lakers. LeBron James is just going to have to look like an MVP 38-year-old, 35-year-old out there, not the 41-year-old who is still putting up crazy numbers, but he is going to have to do something awfully special, which is why I'm intrigued by it. But we're talking 30-plus easily a night. We're talking about this game, basically got to be in the low, 90, high 90s or 103, 98. Like, if this game is up anywhere near 110, the Lakers have no shot. They're not going to have the offense. They're going to have to play some amazing defense. LeBron is going to have to play at typical LeBron fashion from the past in order for them to win this series, in my opinion. But I'm here for it. Like, they're 5.5-point underdogs in this game tonight.
Yeah, first and foremost, I feel like none of us as basketball fans should take for granted the fact that we get LeBron versus KD in this opening round. And that to me is worth the price of admission alone. Like, because this is, now look, it very much is like, seeing like the Beach Boys today on stage perform. It's like, okay, it's not the original show that you got, but you still have to not take for granted like what we're getting. Like, it is, I'm very excited to see LeBron and KD square off in what very well could be the final time. I'm sure LeBron James is going to play at least one more season, but playoffs wise, like, this is, just enjoy it. With that said, I look at this series as LeBron James is the closest thing to a superhero in probably all of sports, but definitely in basketball that we've seen over the last 20 years, right? I view this series much like a scene from a superhero movie, specifically Spider-Man. When Spider-Man is he's got his web shooters on each side and he's trying to stop that train from going before going off, where the train tracks are all blown up, and he's got to stop that train from going. And Tobey Maguire is gritting with all his might. He's holding on for dear life. He's trying with everything he's got. That's what LeBron James has to do with these Lakers. He just has to hold on for dear life until Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic can come back healthy, which probably won't be till at least the next round, maybe even longer. So if LeBron can do that, I think he legitimately is a superhero. Now, LeBron, without Luka and Austin Reeves, since they've both gone down, he's averaged 25 points, 11 assists, and 6.8 rebounds. So, like, he's done his fair share. He's got them into the playoffs. He's got that 4 seed for them. Can he do it in this opening round against the Rockets? That I don't know. I do think you're right, Alex. This is one of the best series to watch in the opening round. And really, it's to see, can greatness hold on for greatness for just a few more games until the cavalry can come back to town.
Series pricing tells you this is extremely lopsided, though. You take a look at it. The Rockets minus 800 to win this series. The Lakers at plus 560 if you think LeBron can pull it off. In terms of how many games could this thing go, if it's a sweep, it's plus 235. Can they get to 5, plus 245? And if it gets really interesting, gets to a 6-game, plus 235, game 7 would be plus 440. The other part, I don't know if you agree from a betting angle, just for tonight only, not talking about the series pricing. Certainly the Rockets at minus 800 are unbettable on series pricing unless you're going to get creative with thinking they're going to sweep or they're going to win by 2 or more or whatever. But if LeBron is going to pull it off, it certainly starts tonight. And the question will be, will he wear down as the series goes? So I actually think if you're a believer that LeBron can do it, at least for part of the series, tonight's the night to take the Lakers plus 5.5, or tonight's the night to maybe pick them to win the game. I think it's way more likely they get it done tonight than it is 4 games into a series of a long NBA season in the playoffs for LeBron James, and after maybe he just gets worn down. Tonight, I think you could see max effort from the Lakers. I don't think they're going to have enough to get out of this series, but tonight, they're going to be ultra aggressive on defense. I think we'll see the best of them. The last 2 matchups against the Rockets, the reason why the Lakers were able to get it done is because they turned it up defensively and got the Rockets a little bit of a funk versus the early season matchup. So that's the formula for them, at least tonight, not for the whole series, but I think the Lakers could surprise some people and either get a win at plus 170. I'll be betting the spread. I'll be taking the Lakers at plus 5.5 tonight.
Yeah, I would love to see it happen just as a casual observer, a casual basketball fan. I'm not a Lakers fan by any means, by any stretch of the imagination, but I want to see LeBron James do LeBron James things, because this is like the last chapter of the book, and I've loved reading the book every step along the way. Like, I've never, people love to do the MJ versus LeBron debate. I just kind of sit back with my head in my hands and have just watched greatness, because that's what we are watching. And people won't truly appreciate, even though the biggest LeBron haters won't truly appreciate LeBron until it's all said and done, until he hangs it up. Then they'll be the first ones to tell their grandkids that, yeah, I lived during the LeBron James era. In fact,
it's going to be weird, man. It's going to be weird when he's not playing.
Right? And those will be the biggest haters of LeBron James's career will probably be the first ones to say, yeah, I got to witness a Michael Jordan era almost seamlessly transition into a Michael Jordan era. And it's been so much fun to watch. I'm hoping this isn't the end. I don't think it will be. If we know anything about LeBron James, he loves a show and he loves.
You say that though.
Look, you
say that. I'm with you. That's what I thought, but I'm sure you saw the report, and I apologize. I don't remember who the reporter was yesterday. Maybe you know who it was from, but I saw the report come across yesterday that, one, he is obviously mulling retirement, but that he does not want a retirement tour. Now, people can roll their eyes and think, oh, BS, but I'm just telling you what the report was yesterday, that he actually does not want the retirement tour, which did stun me as well. I actually want him to have the retirement tour. I know that has a negative connotation to it for a lot of people, and some people don't like athletes that do that, but he's one of those athletes that absolutely has earned the right to have said retirement tour. So I hope this is not it. I hope this series is not it, number one, but I certainly hope that we get a chance to know going into a season that this is it. Selfishly, as someone that, I work and live in a market in which there's not an NBA team, and LeBron James is not an athlete I've had the chance to see in person, and I should have gone down to Oklahoma City this year, but after they won the title, tickets got a little more pricey, as you can imagine. I want to have one more year to go watch LeBron. I never got to see MJ in person. I've seen some of the other GOATs in sports, but that's more of a personal thing for me.
Well, and as a married guy, Alex, my wife doesn't want a Valentine's Day present, and she doesn't want a cake for her birthday or any of that. No, don't do it. No, she doesn't want. She doesn't want to do gifts at Christmas. LeBron James doesn't want a retirement tour. Yeah, of course, that's what he's saying. But what does he actually want? Come on. It's LeBron James is going to come back for one more year, and he's going to do the tour. And you know what? One of the best theories about it that I've heard is Obviously, he's got the the production agency. One of the reasons why he went to the Lakers in the first place was because he wanted to establish something in LA, almost a la Kobe did at the after his career was over. Start getting into the entertainment side of things. People, one of the best theories I heard was his production company making almost like a documentary, a last dance for this final season, following him all around and then shopping it to streaming services and airing it while the final season is going on. I as a fan, I would
That'd be
absolutely love
amazing.
that idea because
Yeah.
I would eat it up for sure. But I think that would be smart business move by him. And if there's one thing he's proven, as good as he is at basketball, he's a very good businessman as well.
That report, by the way, about not having a retirement tour, not wanting a retirement tour, farewell tour, or whatever, that came from The Athletic, by the way, yesterday. All right, I do want to pivot to thinking of potential retirements and the end of runs and everything. Was that the Warriors last night? We know their title run's been over for a bit. That was multiple years ago, but I'm talking about Steph Curry's 38. Draymond Green's, 36 years old. Steve Kerr was kind of emotional yesterday talking about, look, there's always an expiration date for coaches. And kind of this unknown future. He was caught on a hot mic, I guess, during the Prime broadcast yesterday as well, saying, quote, I don't know what's going to happen next, but I love you guys, when he was talking to Steph and Draymond Green. So we've already had all right, they're no longer the dominant team in the West thing from years back, but this is kind of the different part of it. Was this it for Steve Kerr? I think there's a real chance that the Warriors just go with a full-blown reset. Not that Steph is going to not be there necessarily, but just that Steve Kerr maybe and Draymond, maybe those guys are no longer part of that franchise moving forward after losing in the play-in
Yeah,
round.
if Steve Kerr is the head coach of the Warriors next year, this has all of the makings of the way he was talking last night. It has all of the makings of saying goodbye to someone in a parking lot and then both walking the same direction to your car, right? Like, it's like, okay, like the way, like he was talking as if like his time in Golden State is over, whether it be on his doing of him walking away or him knowing that like, yeah, there's not much gas left in this tank. I'm going to pull the plug on my parachute or whatever it may be. Like he made it seem like this is it. This is the final one, and I just don't see it. Like I don't know. I feel like Steve Kerr. I very well think we may have watched his final game coached in Golden State. Like
I think so.
you don't pull pull away two of your best players and be like, hey guys, I love you. Thank you for everything. I don't know what's going to happen next. Like. You don't say, and that was what he thought was in a private conversation on the court. Like that wasn't something that he said in a press conference or to a reporter after the game. That was in a private huddle with the two of them, and that is just like, okay, yeah, it's weird. Look, the Golden State Warriors are in Northern California. They're not in Hollywood, so I don't think you're going to get like a forced sequel after all of this farewell and emotional goodbye. I legitimately think we may have watched Steve Kerr's final game in Golden State.
Yeah, two things we've talked about in the last 5 minutes. I mean, seeing an NBA maybe without LeBron, that's kind of unheard of for a lot of people my age, your age. And then Steve Kerr even not coaching the Warriors, that's another one that'll just look weird. Whoever it is, on the sideline. I understand Mark Jackson was there prior to that, but still, like for
Right.
the last 15 years, I think, or if I have it right, it's been Steve
12,
Kerr essentially
12.
there. 12, okay, 12 years. It's
Yeah,
been Steve Kerr out
12
there
years.
in Golden State.
And 4 titles. So really, like with the number of playoff
Yeah.
games that they've had, you could chalk that up to probably 3 more seasons of the Warriors with the extra games that they had under Kerr. Yeah, it's gonna be weird. And I mean, what does this mean for Draymond? What does this mean for Steph? Like, I don't know, man. Look, if anyone like could rebound, I know they they haven't made a deep push in the playoffs for a number of years. Well, technically they didn't even really make the playoffs this year since they lost in the play-in tournament. But I don't know. I just feel like that's a good organization, the Golden State. Like they know what they're doing. Obviously, Bob Myers isn't still pulling the strings there, and they haven't really had that success since he's left. But I do like have confidence that if anyone can navigate through these waters of question marks, it's Golden State, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Steph looked great when he actually came back from injury. Over the last week or
Yeah.
two, but he's 38 years old. And so it's going to be an interesting offseason for the Warriors. They, of course, did lose to the Suns. We'll talk about Phoenix, who now gets the task of taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder tomorrow afternoon. We'll talk about Sunday's games. You got the Sixers, the Celtics, the Magic, who of course advanced out of the play-in round. They take on Detroit, and then the late game tomorrow, that'll be Portland at the San Antonio Spurs. But I do want to pivot to the list. A couple items maybe to add to the list right here on Westwood One Sports.
breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds over at BetMGM. Activate your Odds Boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. We'll get back into the NBA postseason next hour. We'll have a guest on from Cleveland, actually, someone that covers the Cleveland Cavaliers. Will be on their way, actually, to the arena for the opening round game between the Cavs and the Raptors. Spencer German from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, host of Locked On Browns, will join us. Talk a little Cavs. We'll also mix in some draft. What could the Browns do? There's a lot of noise around Cleveland, Austin, maybe trading back or wanting to trade out of that spot. Could they actually do that? Otherwise, maybe Carnell Tate's their pick. We'll try to find out some insight coming up next hour. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. You guys can text and call in 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Also watch the show on YouTube and Twitch. We're keeping an eye on the chat there as well. YouTube.com/BetMGM tonight. It is the time of the show, though, where we go and check out the latest items on our list. Sports, non-sports, things that are bugging us. We add an item or two each and every week. Austin, where are we going this week?
Yeah, and also want to remind you now that we do have, the text line up and running, feel free to text in the items that you want added to the list. Once it is added to the list, it is there for good. And there's one thing that I've waited all off season to add to the list this week, and that is mock draft guys. You are officially added to the list because the only people on planet Earth who are worse than mock draft guys are nobody. Look, I get it. The time between the Lombardi being hoisted and the actual draft is a desolate lack of content wasteland. But that doesn't mean we need Super Dork to throw in his cape and share his latest mock. Maybe consider unplugging the mouse and touching grass. All you want to do is talk about who's on your big board, but all you're doing is making everyone big bored. You took all defensive players and got graded with an A? Cool. You also lost all friends and nobody gives an F. You're trying to map out the draft like an early explorer sailing the 7 seas, only you're trying to predict 7 rounds. You see, early explorers had to prove the earth wasn't flat. Well, we're just hoping mock draft guys fall off the face of it. Nobody cares that you have 5 edge rushers going in the first round. You probably have 0 friends going to your birthday party. A buddy of mine once compared mock draft guys to LARPing, like live action role playing. The dudes, they dress as knights of the round table and go out into the middle of the park and with their hobby horses to fight with pool noodle swords. To me, that's the perfect analogy because, serious question, how is dressing like a waiter at medieval times and pretending to fight imaginary dragons any different than pretending to be the GM of the Packers for 7 made-up rounds of a make-believe draft? I'll tell you the only difference. At least the live-action role players seclude themselves to soccer fields at the local park. The mock draft dweebs plaster their work all over the internet. Hey, you want to see my latest mock draft? Click this link and tell me how I did. I'm pretty sure I nailed this mock draft with a big shakeup at pick number 7. This is only the third to last mock I'll do before draft night. Let me know your thoughts. Your mock draft is right up there with your fantasy team, your March Madness bracket, and a picture of your kids. No one wants to see it as much as you want to show it off. It goes mock drafts, opinions, and buttholes. Everybody's got one, and they all stink. Mock draft guy, you are added to the list.
I agree with about 90%, I think, of what you said there, man. The issue is more about the mock draft guy making sure we know he did the mock draft. And it's mock draft 8.0, and then after the draft night on Thursday tells us, well, I mocked him to that team. Yeah, 7 mocks ago. Why didn't you keep him there 7 mocks from there? That's the problem I have. Overall, I don't do mock drafts, But I'll tell you this, I get the intrigue, man. You said it, though. It is like people pretending to be the GM of a squad. Isn't that why we have dynasty fantasy football leagues? I think the part I agree with you on is the telling everybody about it. But the actual concept, I get why it's fun. Like I'm in fantasy football leagues that are dynasty. I like it because, yeah, I'm trading draft picks and it's fun. You feel like you're managing a team a little bit. I get the intrigue. I just don't need you tweeting me your mock draft every single day. In fact, we on our local show have some fun with it. We have a mock draft sounder that we do, and randomly our producer will hit it in the month leading up to the draft, randomly during the show, and just randomly tell us a mock draft that just came out. And it's become a running joke on the show at this point in time. So I agree with most of what you had to say. Don't be so hard on the mock draft guy, though, man. Don't be so hard. You were tougher on the mock draft guy than the bracket guy.
I'm pretty sure it's the same guy. The guy who fills out multiple brackets during March Madness is probably the guy doing mock drafts up until draft night. Look, if we wanted to see your mock draft, we would ask, right? Like I don't want to see it plastered all over. It's bad enough that they show up on my For You page on Twitter, which my Twitter already defaults to, that I don't appreciate. I don't want to see like who you have the Carolina Panthers going with in round 1. I don't care, honestly. Like, and unless I ask, do not show it to me. Keep it to yourself.
Look, by now I'm ready for draft night, which is Thursday in Pittsburgh. I'm excited to be out there for a couple days to cover and everything. But right now I am mock draft out. But in general, I love the draft. I love the conversations around it. And trying to tell what's a smokescreen, what's not a smokescreen from these teams. And all of a sudden, somebody Jordan Tyson can have a workout yesterday, and now everybody thinks Jordan Tyson's going top 5 just like that. So I love draft conversation and talk, and mock draft has become part of it. I think what has happened is there's various sites now that have the mock draft tools, right? The PFF mock simulator, and it makes it very easy for everybody to go out there and do a mock draft. I actually would say, similar to fantasy football, it's why the draft portion of the offseason has grown in popularity. Don't you think? I mean, as much as we're talking about it in all seriousness, I do think the mock draft accessibility, that anybody out there can go and do a one-round mock right now and simulate it and kicks out on a cool graphic that you can share to your friends, I guess.
Yeah, right. That's the thing. It's every website out there has a mock draft simulator now. You know, it's like you can go to, like ESPN, obviously, Google, Pro Football Network, literally, you could just go to your local DMV's website, and I'm sure you could do a mock draft simulator on there.
That'll take too long, though, man. That'll take too many. That's too slow. That'll take too long if I go.
Right. Yeah, you'll get your results in 4 to 5 business days, and it'll be mailed to you. But I just think, and you know what? While we're griping about the draft, this year's draft, everyone's too clean cut. I need some drama. Give me a gas mask bong or something. I need some, Fernando Mendoza. I love the kid. I think he's awesome, but he's just there's no spice there at number 1. I think that's one of the reasons why there's not as much buzz behind this year's draft than most years, because Fernando Mendoza is just hey, go do something illegal, Fernando. Just even if it's a blue collar or a white collar crime, I don't care. Don't pay your taxes.
Oh,
give
man,
me something to talk about. We are in the content business, and there's been no content around this draft.
I think a lot of it is because we just don't have the quarterbacks. That's what it is. We don't have the quarterbacks. Now, you wanted drama. You wanted controversy. Let's talk about a player that certainly had a bit of drama this week and the latest smoke that's out there around some of these top prospects. We'll talk draft next year on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
All right, back here on Westwood One Sports, Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Coming up in 20 minutes, we head to Cleveland as the Cavs and Raptors set to open up an NBA playoff series here in just about 1 hour from now. We'll also check in on the Cleveland Browns as our guest will cover both of those for us and does cover both of those. Spencer German from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, also host of Locked On Browns. So we'll find out a little bit more about what Cleveland is going through today in the postseason, but also what could they do Thursday night in Pittsburgh, and one of the top picks in the draft. A lot of noise around Cleveland potentially trading out of that spot. Who could be trading up? And if they do make that pick, who is that pick going to be? We'll try to find that out a little bit later on. Help you guys out, not only for those of you that do want to do a mock. And during the break, I was busy doing a mock draft as well. So my apologies if I not ready. I knew Austin wanted me to make sure I could finish my mock draft. I almost had you start the segment so I could wrap up round one. I was almost done. I was almost done with it.
That only fits the narrative. The KU guy against the Mizzou guy, the mock draft guy versus the anti-mock draft guy. Like it's pretty fitting that they paired us together to do a Saturday show on Westwood One Sports.
Yeah, exactly. And you guys can interact on the chat over on YouTube and Twitch. Search BetMGM tonight or call or text 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Appreciate those of you listening on affiliates across the country. Again, you can also listen on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, and over on SiriusXM channel 375. Let's talk some draft, though, in all seriousness, about some of the noise that's out there. Thursday is the draft, man. We finally have made it because there has been so much draft talk. I'm glad we're finally almost there. Round one action on Thursday, and of course, it'll go all the way through the weekend. They're expecting massive crowds there in Pittsburgh, and it's become, of course, one of the showcase events in all of sports. And because of the mock drafts, because of the rotating cities and all that, people are really locked into this. Two stories in the last week that could shift the way the draft goes down in the top 10. Let's start with a story that came out last Sunday. So some of this is a little bit further back to a week ago, but it could change the top 10, and that's Ruben Bain, the stud pass rusher from Miami. And there was a story that came out from The Guardian, actually, last Sunday about a horrible accident that occurred back in 2024 that ended up resulting in the death of a 22-year-old. Ruben Bain was the driver of said vehicle, but he was never charged with anything criminally. It was truly what appears to be a horrific accident in which his vehicle was pinned up against a concrete wall. The victim was in a coma for multiple weeks. The victim's family has come out and said they have no ill will toward Ruben Bain. They wish him the best. They hope he has a great career. They didn't even want this story coming to light. It did come to light. That prompted everybody to wonder, okay, whoa, what really happened here? And multiple GMs were asked about it this week around the NFL and said, hey, we've known about this for a long time. We were well aware of this traffic incident. Now, it is the second accident he has had in his college career. But again, he was not criminally charged. He was cited, I think, for careless driving in one of the circumstances. So the question was, does this impact his draft status? We had Louis Riddick on our show locally this week as well. It sounds like most of the teams are more worried about the short arms or his exact profile translating to the NFL, because someone of his profile typically has not translated as well to the NFL as a David Bailey, who might be the number 2 or number 3 overall pick. What do you make of this story? Do you think it should be a big deal? And does it matter what team he goes to? Because I think some teams can take more of a risk than others. Not to talk too much about where I'm based. I don't want to make it about them, but just I think given the traffic and car-related accidents the Chiefs have had with Rashee Rice, with a staff member in the past, I think they have to be a little more cautious about drafting somebody with a driving history, even if there were no criminal charges, than another team.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but this week was the first week I personally heard about this story, right? We don't cover Miami football as, closely as those in, Miami-Dade County, but when I was reading about it, I was like, oh dang, like the headlines grabbing, right? Bane involved in a wreck that someone ultimately passed away from, and he was cited for careless driving. The citation was later dismissed as defective citation, and as you start to read more, like, and as you said, like, obviously he's on good terms with the family of the young woman who passed, and it doesn't quite have the same instances, like, with like legal ramifications or anything like that, that say like a Jalen Carter incident did when he slipped in the draft. And I don't think that, the more I read it, the more I'm like, yeah, maybe this is kind of all put behind us. Like, yeah, it's brought to light now because it's NFL draft season. Every stone is left turned over. And according to one NFC executive, he said, "quote This isn't Laramie Tunsil, right, with the gas mask bong where you're scrambling. We've all known about this, and so all the NFL teams have known about this. They've done their due diligence, they've done their homework, and he has still been like predicted to go top 10, potentially even top 5. Now, this paired with the short arms that we got, all of that drama out of the combine of, I ranted and raved about, how ridiculous it can be this time of year. We are living in the midst of smokescreen season. You do have to keep your head on a swivel. Anything that comes out, you have to ask yourself, why is it coming out? And with this story paired with with the short arms drama and talking all about that, it leads me to believe that there is someone probably just outside the top 10 or in the top 10 that is wanting Ruben Bain to fall in the
Absolutely.
draft. And that's why, we're seeing all of this, like, oh, hey, it's just this story leaked to the Guardian, and now they're bringing it back up to light, even though everyone already knew about it. I'm not concerned about it. I don't think it's, from all of the reading that I've done about it for Ruben Bain, he seems like a good kid who was in an unfortunate situation. And I think, the family of the young woman who deceased, Destiny Betts, I think that they'll tell you that Ruben Bain, he's fine by us. He's okay. So, like, this is kind of all water under the bridge. Now, it's just about, what else is going to come out? What else are we going to hear about Ruben Bain this year or this week? I should say, to try and get him to stumble a few more picks, because that's really all this is to me. This is just it's
Yeah.
some teams trying to play chess and get their guy at the spot they have to pick without having to trade up for him.
No, I'm with you on that part of it. It's a dirty business, as you know, come draft season, and certainly inside of a week, stuff leaks out. I mean, there was a corner that was mentioned this week that, teams are saying, he's got degenerative knees or whatever. Like, stuff like this is coming
Yeah.
out last minute, and a lot of times, if it's coming from a team, it's coming from a team that actually might like the kid and wants to draft him. That's the weird and dirty part of this whole thing. The team that might have
Right.
leaked certain information actually wants to draft said player. It's not trying to necessarily make it to where nobody drafts them. They want them to drop to them. It's just a really ugly side of draft week that does happen. I think if Ruben Bain slides, it's going to be because teams are worried about his stature and his style of play translating to the NFL, and the fact that he is one of the players that did not run. Like, that is a question mark for some teams. Like, why? What are you hiding? Why? You're slow. That's what you're slow for an NFL player. You're slow. Marvin Harrison Jr. did not run a year ago or two. I guess it's been 2 years now or whatever it is. Maybe did not run, and now I think we've watched him play a little bit in Arizona, and he's slower than we all thought. I'm not saying that's why he's had a bad start to his career overall, but like, that's the kind of stuff that teams have to think about. What are you hiding? That's way more concerning for Ruben Bain than, to me, what has turned out to truly look like just a horrible accident that occurred back in Miami. And I will say the part that it's not really a conversation for this show, I would love to know down in Miami how this happened. You said you weren't aware of the accident. It's because nobody was aware of the accident when it happened. It made no headlines. That thing got swept under the rug. So, accident or not, the fact that it didn't even make any headlines is bizarre to me. That's a conversation for another day, maybe. But like, that's the only part that's a little sketch about the entire thing.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that is because the citation was defective citation, which that means like the ticket is missing. It typically means the ticket is missing necessary legal requirements, which is why
But
they
don't
give
you
it that
think the star
defective
player?
citation
I mean,
label.
don't you think at a college? I know we say college town. Miami's not a small town, but it's still a college town. Whatever. Where he goes to college in Miami-Dade County, as you said, that if there's an accident that a player of that stature was involved in, that just makes news everywhere. Like I just don't know how that wouldn't have been known at the time. I guess it doesn't matter now. I'm
No.
just trying to figure out. I can tell you this. I mean, you're in Chicago, so if there was a star player for Illinois basketball that got in an accident, I would imagine you would have heard about it. Or in Kansas City, if a player on KU or K State or MU were involved in an accident that someone died, I can promise you we would know about it.
This just tells me that Miami's got a little of that SEC in them. You know, they got that. They know how to do things. They must have picked up the phone and called up Tuscaloosa. Say, hey, one of our star players just got cited. What do we do? And Alabama's like, hey, this is what you got to do. Or Georgia. I mean, you want to talk about citations
Wow.
in
So we hear about every
vehicles.
speeding ticket with Georgia football. Every speeding
That is
ticket we
true.
find out about.
That is
The other
true.
player that has been making some headlines for good reason is Jordan Tyson, the talented wide receiver. Everybody agrees that his ceiling is extremely high. Hines Ward coached him. He's been propping him up a lot this week as well, but injuries all over the place. Medical red flags for Jordan Tyson. Hamstring, collarbone, ACL injury. He had not participated at the combine, but he was good to go this week. In fact, yesterday there was a workout where 18 NFL teams reportedly attended. He did not run a 40, but he ran routes. And the reports out of this, Pete Thamel sent out a tweet. Also, Matt Miller, you name it, all these draft guys said at the workout, quote, he showed the twitch, explosiveness, and leaping ability we all saw in the fall. He showed he's healthy and still explosive, which is all he needed to do. Went on to say in that same tweet that Pete Thamel, the contingents from Miami and the Giants included the GMs. Giants pick 5, Miami at 11. Matt Miller said that the workout, the wide receiver prospect ran around 20 to 25 routes, had just one drop. 20 NFL teams had reps there at the work, likely a top 16 picks. He's favored currently to go number 8 to the New Orleans Saints at plus 330, 5-1 to go 9 to the Chiefs. That seems to be the range that he has been mentioned in. But this workout maybe alleviated any of the concern. I feel like he's back in the top 10 territory. There was some thought that he was going to fall maybe to 15 or later if the workout did not go well. Feels like he has a chance to maybe be the second receiver off the board instead of the third.
Yeah, let's hear who else is in the top 10. Should we just go ahead and get his nameplate hung up in a locker at Arrowhead? Like, should we go ahead and start stitching the red jersey for him? Look, Alex, you live and work in Kansas City. You work at the flagship for the Chiefs. Are we going to be talking this time next week about Jordan Tyson being a Kansas City Chief?
Very real possibility. Yeah, it's very real. The only part that I would hesitate on is the fact that at 9, they've got so many needs. And so we've talked about them on this show, of course, plenty too. But defensive line, if somebody like David Bailey's not going to be there. But Reuben Bain is very much in play for Kansas City at 9. I think for the Saints, Jordan Tyson is really intriguing. So he may not even be on the board. Jeremiah Love is in that same category, not for Kansas City, but in that same range of picks, that 5 to 10 range. Maybe as high as Tennessee or Titans there at 4. But Jordan Tyson, if you're just banking on, who has the chance of the wide receiver group to one day be, I'm not saying he will be, but has the best chance to be Jamar Chase or somebody like that, it's Jordan Tyson. It's not Carnell Tate. That's lemon the comps there with Amon Ra. That's not too bad either. That's best case scenario stuff. Jordan Tyson, it's just, are you willing to risk at 9 or anybody in these teams, right? The Saints at 8. Jordan Tyson, knowing the injury history, he might be healthy right now. I don't doubt that he looked great yesterday, and good for him. But is he in week 6 having a hamstring problem? And we're sitting here saying, should have seen it. You wasted a top 10 pick. That's where you have to trust your medical staff so much. It is so important this time of the year. We talk all the, about the scouts and everything, but the medical staff plays such a huge role in what players get drafted where they get drafted. So I'm a big fan of Jordan Tyson. I love the workout went well. I'm just scared to death of a player that has had the injury history that he's had.
Yeah, it's rare that a player has so much upside but so big of a question mark on his back, right? Like it's like if and that's a huge if he can stay healthy, we're looking at the best wide receiver in the draft. But
I think so.
There's
Yeah.
that if there, and you can't excuse the if, and it's so hard, and it's like that's why. Look, I do not envy the general managers, especially those in the top 10 that are in need of a wide receiver. I do not envy the people there at Arrowhead Stadium in their draft war room, wherever it may be. They are in a tough spot because it's like, do I gamble? Do I roll the dice? And even when you do roll the dice, if you do write down Jordan Tyson's name on your draft card and you submit it, then you're kind of just holding your breath for the rest of his career, because it's a guy that has dealt with significant injuries consistently, and if you can keep him on the field, that's great. And again, there's that word if again. It's just such a big word. And I'm just like stressing myself out, just like putting myself in those situations. Another reason why I don't do mock drafts.
But this is fun. Like, in this conversation, a little fun though, because these are the decisions that everybody has to make. And I think as far as pro ready, Carnell Tate is the most ready on week 1 though. And could Carnell Tate end up in Cleveland with the Browns at pick number 6? Up next, we're going to head to Cleveland and check in with Spencer German from 92.3 The Fan there. Let's talk a little draft and what the Browns could do. They're one of the teams that are linked to possibly trade out of their particular spot. He also covers the Cavaliers, and he is headed to the arena right now. Cavs, Raptors coming up in about 45 minutes or so. Let's check in on them next here on Westwood One Sports.
real stakes. The weekend starts now with BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds over at BetMGM. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM, and we are getting set for tip-off of our first game of the day in the NBA playoffs. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you, and we're going to head right out to Cleveland right now, as a matter of fact, and check in with someone who is going to be at the Cavs-Raptors game, someone that also covers the Browns, and we'll talk a little NFL draft as well. But Spencer German from 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, also host of Locked On Browns, kind enough to join us here as we're about 35 minutes or so from tip-off there in Cleveland. Spencer, let's start with the NBA action. What is the vibe right now in Cleveland? My understanding is you're either already at the arena or on the way for game one.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good atmosphere. It's like we all know the playoffs are a little bit different. We all know, it's a sort of, I don't want to say a drag, but you get to the end of the regular season and you start kind of just anticipating these moments. And so certainly Cleveland is a buzz today. We got a Guardians game later tonight. I know some people that are kind of pulling a doubleheader and going Cavs, then the Guardians after. So should be a fun day in Cleveland and a great one for the NBA playoffs to get started.
Is there a lot of confidence,
All right.
with the Cavs just heading into this series?
I think so, yeah. We talked to a number of guys this week at practice leading up to today. And I think the message is kind of consistent throughout the team. Donovan kind of hit on this yesterday, that he knows that there's this expectation out there and that there's this pressure out there, given what this team did last year, the last couple of years, haven't been able to get over that hump in the playoffs, and even more specifically to him as a player in the NBA. But that's also, what you play for, and that's what this time of year is all about. You play 82 regular season games. You get to this point in the season. It's about chasing championships, and that having that pressure on you is what makes it fun and enjoyable. So it definitely, from the team and even from Kenny Atkinson, there's just this sense that they're embracing where they're at, and that if you don't have that pressure, if you don't have those expectations, then you're not really playing for anything. So, I think they feel ready. I think the questions are going to sort of come from, did this group that includes James Harden now get enough time on the floor together? I think the number is 93 minutes is the entire amount of minutes that the new we call it like the core four here in Cleveland played together, and that means Harden, Mobley, Mitchell, and Jared Allen. So they haven't had a lot of time on the floor together. Can they sort of iron out some of those things, or were they able to iron out enough of those things in the spurts that they did play together, or when one was missing or multiple were missing, and throughout practice this last week to kind of be ready for this playoff run? I do think a matchup with Toronto, who can't necessarily take advantage of the Cavs' biggest weakness, which is defending the perimeter, sets them up to maybe iron out a few more things this first round at least. But yeah, like the feeling around the team is that they feel ready for this. They feel tested enough over the last couple of years, and that they're embracing the challenge.
Spencer, I don't want to put any bad juju out there, especially 45 minutes before tip-off of game one. But as a sports talk radio host, obviously you have to cover the hypotheticals. If the Cavs do falter in round one, or even, let's say, round two, are there going to be big changes in Cleveland going into next season?
Yeah, listen, I think there has to be. And I don't know if that means for sure like Donovan Mitchell's not here necessarily. I think the one move that I kind of keep going back to that feels like they make one more sort of take one more swing at it hypothetically would be maybe you move Evan Mobley in a deal and try to get Giannis and like really go all in terms of, in a way mortgaging your future to chase this championship while Donovan's in the prime of his career and he's still here. I do think there's maybe some, back channel agreement when they made the trade for James Harden that he'd be willing to stay here for at least another year beyond this, because I don't think you make that trade and give up 10 years of Darius Garland if you don't think you're going to be able to keep James Harden for at least a short window here to try to chase rings. So but yeah, I mean it's definitely a reality that if they fall short again, And it's the conversation we've had pretty much every offseason the last few years when they've lost in the playoffs. Like, do they need to change something? And they finally got to a point this year during the season where they decided, yeah, we got to change the math on this a little bit, and they traded Darius Garland. So I think more of that is certainly on the horizon if they fall short, if they stumble in the playoffs again, because you didn't build this roster just to keep getting to the second round and, provide some really fun regular seasons. You built this roster now to chase championships.
We're talking to Spencer German of 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. We'll get to the draft in a second, but just for this particular series, I know that there's the thought of what happens if they don't get past the second round. How do you see this series, though, going against the Raptors? Austin and I were talking to start the show. Is this going to be a sweep? Is this going 5? Is it going 6? How do you see this actual series playing out with the Raptors?
It's funny you asked me because we were having this conversation yesterday at practice, at Cavs practice, with another guy who covers the team. And the consensus, I think, nationally and even a lot locally, is Cavs in 5. They're giving the Raptors that one game. And the conversation we were having in the media room yesterday was kind of centered around, I'll just say, like, I'm taking the Cavs in 4, and we were kind of joking around, like, if you're taking the team in 5, it's just because you're afraid to say 4, so you don't want to throw the other team a bone. So that was kind of my take on it. Was like, yeah, if you're taking them in 5, you're just afraid to say 4, and I'm not afraid to say 4. The big thing for me, as I have the confidence enough to say that, and this Cavs obviously swept Miami in the first round, and that Miami team was not very good, and that game was there as all could be. But with Toronto, like, I don't think the series is lopsided. Like, I think Toronto's a good team. They're competitive. They do some things well that could give the Cavs some trouble, most notably in being able to they're very long, and the Cavs have struggled with that at times. They struggled specifically against Toronto with that at times. But I also look and I say, listen, Emmanuel Quickly's not playing today. How many games, theoretically, is he going to miss in this series? This could, like, the Cavs could be up 2-0 pretty quickly without their best player or one of their best players being out there with them. And, what does that mean in terms of setting the series back? If he misses any more than that, then I think that definitely has a chance to be over in 4. I also think that the one thing that the Cavs have struggled with the most this year is defending the perimeter and three-point shooting, and the Raptors are one of the worst three-point shooting teams in the NBA. So they can't even take advantage of maybe the one glaring weakness we know this Cavs team has. And so I don't know. If you were to say 5, I could understand where that comes from. A lot of times you flip the series back to the home court, and I know Toronto's a tough place to play, and there's like a juice that comes with that, and they're able to steal one. But I'm having the confidence here on this first day of the NBA playoffs to say I think the Cavs take it in 4 just because the matchup I think is a good one for them.
Spencer German from The Fan in Cleveland is on with us right now. And Spencer, before I know we want to get into the Browns just a little bit with you, as you do work with Locked On Browns as well. And, there's a pretty big night coming down on Thursday night overall. But before we get there, I do have to ask, next year, LeBron James? Again, we're Sports Talk Radio hosts. We have to talk on hypotheticals. Could that be one of the players that you were talking about if there are sweeping changes made?
There is a lot of smoke around that. Part of that is in Cleveland, we just love going back to that well over and over again because we all love LeBron. Well, I shouldn't say we all love LeBron, but a lot of us obviously love LeBron and what he meant to the city and that he's from here, or at least the area. And listen, like, it does sound like there is a lot of smoke around the idea that he would consider coming back to Cleveland for sort of a farewell tour. I know there was a report this week that he doesn't care about a farewell tour, but I don't know about you guys. Yeah. I don't buy that. Like, this is LeBron. He's always made it, largely about him. Rightfully so. He's maybe the best player in NBA history, so that's fine. But I just don't buy that he won't do the farewell tour thing. I think Golden State's another interesting place. Like, maybe he wants to go out with Steph and do like this, old guy team and see how fun that can be because he's always said he wants to play with Steph. But Cleveland certainly feels like Cleveland's on the radar. The biggest question is, will he make the concessions financially that would need to happen for him to come here to play on this team? Because right now with the makeup of the team, they're a second apron team right now. I don't think that's going to be the case next year, but they're still going to have a very high payroll. And he'd probably have to take some sort of like mid-level exception deal and be okay with that at this stage of his career. And I don't know if LeBron's willing to accept that. So maybe the vibes of coming back home and finishing his career here. I've always said that makes the most sense, right? Like he's not going to go do a farewell tour in Miami or LA necessarily because LA loves Kobe, Miami loves D Wade more. So this feels like the right place to do it, but it's just a matter of if he's willing to make those concessions.
All right, let's pivot to the NFL draft Thursday night, round 1 in Cleveland. Or for Cleveland, they're picking, I should say, 6th overall. It's in Pittsburgh. A lot of noise around Carnell Tate or maybe an offensive lineman. What are you hearing, and what is what does the fan base want the Browns to do there at pick 6?
I think at this point there's probably a split for the fan base. There's a lot of people who and maybe it's a little bit more heavy in one direction and in terms of what fans want to see happen. But I think there's a decent sized split where there's people who are accepting, like, I'm okay trading back, getting more draft capital, taking somebody in the early teens. Like if it's the Cowboys that you traded back with, that's fine. And I think there's a maybe a little bit higher percentage of people, if we're talking like 50-50, maybe it's like 60-40 or 57-43, whatever. That like I think the 43% of that is maybe trade back, and then the 57% of that is maybe take Carnell Tate. And I get it, like it's enticing that he's considered by a lot of the experts out there the number 1 receiver in this class. And the Browns need wide receivers. It's the one position they really haven't addressed this offseason. But I also think in kind of thinking through the way Todd Monken's talked about building an offense, the things that we've seen from his offenses in the past, it feels like they're trying to prioritize running the football and building the offensive line. So I think both, yes, the two biggest needs the team still has, tackle, wide receiver, are still very much in play. I also think there's a world where Andrew Berry does what he said he would do, which is maybe take best player available if there's not a trade partner. And who knows what that could mean. But, like, if Jeremiah Love ends up there, would I be shocked if they took him? No, even though they took 2 running backs last year, because he's a playmaker. Same thing with, like, a Caleb Downs if he's there. There's only so many blue-chip players that if they're there, I get why the Browns would be enticed to maybe take one. But I still think ultimately taking or addressing the 2 needs in the first round with these 2 picks that they have, even if it means trading back and getting one, is probably how this thing plays out. And if they do trade back, I think you still have a lot of good options. I don't feel pressed, I would say, that they have to take a wide receiver at 6, especially if there's a trade partner, because I think you can trade back and, like, the value from Carnell Tate to, like, the next group of wide receivers if you think he's the best one. And I actually think Jordan Tyson's the best one. It's not that wide. Like, I think the drop-off is kind of slim. So you can still get a really good player there. You could get a tackle there with maybe better value on, like, a Monroe Freeling or a Spencer Fano. So I'm curious to see if they trade back. That's probably where my heart leans right now towards what they would do. I think they want to trade back from all indications, but it's just a matter if you have a partner or not, and we'll see if that happens. But, yeah, I think ultimately they come out of the first round probably addressing those 2 needs. It's just a matter of what order they do it and, I guess, what picks they use to do it.
Who's starting week 1 under center for the Browns? Shedeur Sanders or Deshaun Watson?
Of course. You guys are radio hosts. You got to ask the question.
We have to. Spencer, we're contractually obligated. I'm sorry.
No, listen, obviously we talk a ton about this in Cleveland. It's an ongoing topic. I kind of have I'm glad we have the draft this week to kind of, like, break up the monotony of just talking about the quarterback situation over and over again. But, gun to my head, I would say right now, I lean Shedeur, and I think things that Tom Monken has said about, using past performance and how things ended last year as kind of their starting point of who's going to maybe get the first snaps and all those things. But I'll tell you, like, it can change. He wants to have this thing figured out, or at least mostly figured out by the time training camp starts, so he can allocate the reps properly, and I think that's a smart way to go about it. But yeah, like I think it's interesting because Deshaun Watson's basically playing for his career, right? Like he kind of needs this to anybody, because who knows what his future holds. And if you really think about it, like, if he can't beat out 2 guys who are coming off rookie seasons that were wildly inconsistent, what does it say about him at this point in his career? But choosing is going to be somebody who, like, the team kind of rallies around the most, who, then based off some of the stuff, like I said, from last year and whatnot, and just performance. And I don't think there's a need to play Deshaun at this point. Like, what you're getting. And with Shedeur, there's at least some mystery there of, can he be something special? Can he be that guy for you? So I think it makes sense to start him. I think Tom Monken clearly likes him, especially knowing that they had some interest in taking him in Baltimore last year. And so if I had to pick today, I think Shedeur Sanders. But I do think there's a world where Deshaun Watson maybe looks like the best player at practice, and maybe he's the first guy up. But I don't know how long that lasts. And I do think like the rallying around the team quote that I mentioned is going to be a big one in terms of, who the team maybe feels most inspired by, because you can't fool those guys, right? Like if they're on the practice field and there's just a different energy with Shedeur over Deshaun, they're going to sense that, and so you almost have to go with the guy that gives you the best chance in that regard. So, but yeah, I would say Shedeur today, but it's going to be an interesting situation, and we'll see if they even add a quarterback in the draft.
That's also very true. Yeah, they last year wasn't enough, right? Last year did not draft enough quarterbacks, so we'll see how it plays out there in Cleveland. Spencer German, host of 92.3 The Fan, there in Cleveland. Enjoy the Cavs game today, man. Appreciate the time.
Absolutely, guys. Just remember, if someone's picking a team in 5, they're scared to say 4. Keep that in mind.
That's a great take. Best take of the day so far.
It is very true. That is a very true thing. Everybody likes the gentleman's sweep. Everybody does like to say that. You think they're going to win in 5? Why not roll the dice? Certainly from a betting angle, I like his thought process, which is, no, go ahead and take the flyer on the sweep instead. Get yourself some better odds over at BetMGM. But appreciate him joining us to give us some insight on the draft there at the end. And, of course, first playoff game of the day, about 20 minutes or so away with the Cavs and Raptors there in Cleveland. Up next, though, here on Westwood One Sports, do want to get to some of the sounds of the week that center around the draft, that also center around, well, an actress. We'll explain that one. I know one of our producers is very excited to hear that as well. That's coming up here on Westwood One Sports.
Saved by
lines,
the Bell.
headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on Westwood One Sports. You can watch the show on Twitch and YouTube. Search BetMGM tonight. You can also text or call in to 310-840-4910. We'll get back into the NFL draft, looking at the top 5 to 7 picks or so, and a little bit of predicting / betting odds for who could land in each one of those spots. Maybe we think a trade's going to go down. We will get to that in just a little bit. We also will keep an eye on some of the NBA action. We talked a lot already about today's games, but want to talk about Sunday's action. We're, 15 minutes away or so from the first game of the day. We also found out our producer, Zach, is considering making a bet on the Cavs to win it all. We all very quickly said, why are you donating your money? So we'll maybe get his response to that at some point.
Yeah, can we be the bookies on that one?
Yeah, I'll take your bet. That's true. I will take your bet on the Cavs to win it all. I think they'll be fine against the Raptors and maybe even the second round. But I think we've seen enough with James Harden. It'd be a fun story, but I don't think that ticket will.
There's just
will cash.
It's not necessarily a slight at the Cavs. It's just how many other teams there are that I think have a better shot.
Yeah. Hell, getting out of the East would be an amazing accomplishment. Let alone then maybe having to face the Thunder, or maybe you think it's the Spurs breaking through or whatever. But yeah, getting through the East, where you're likely going to have to at some point take on the Boston Celtics, at the very least in an Eastern Conference final. I don't really like the path there for Cleveland. All right, let's get to some of the sounds, though, of the week. We do this each and every show here on BetMGM Game Day, and start with Ian Rappaport, who was on with Colin Cowherd talking about A.J. Brown and the Patriots.
Brown, what roster will he be on June 2nd, 2026?
June 2nd, obviously, post June 1 is a very big date in the A.J. Brown sweepstakes, if that's what you want to call it. I mean, look, I think most people believe that there's an eventual trade to the Patriots. It has not been done yet. I don't believe it's been done yet, and I don't know for sure that's going to happen, because life is weird, and that's 2 months from now, or however many months it is. But that's probably the most likely scenario, and I think if that's the case, I think that probably makes sense for all sides, if they can, agree on a price.
Well, did that?
I mean, this is Austin. This has been discussed since January, if not earlier.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, at this point, I would think we'd all be shocked if they don't ultimately put a trade together. And the Patriots have been the team that have been linked to him all the way around. And I understand people have been talking a lot about Diana Rossini and Vrabel and the reporting and everything. But truly, I think the Patriots make a ton of sense.
Yeah, it's been no state secret, especially over the last couple of weeks, that Mike Vrabel is not good at keeping secrets in, obviously. I feel like he's been like that even dating back to his time in Tennessee. Whenever there was a player that was rumored to go to the Titans or now to the Patriots, it almost always happened. Jadeveon Clowney, Julio Jones back in the day. Like, it's always been under Mike Vrabel's watch. Whenever things are floated out there, it's spoken into existence before it actually comes into existence. Plus, this fits with the narrative surrounding Mike Vrabel, a narrative that doesn't get talked about quite as much as I think it probably should, because I think it is a hindrance to Mike Vrabel's leadership, is that he always only ever goes after players that he's familiar with. You look at the roster construction of the Patriots right now. They have plenty of former Titans that were there with him in Nashville, including in the front office that work alongside him. Almost the entire staff is constructed of former Tennessee Titans. And A.J. Brown, a guy he coached, where? With the Tennessee Titans. So this is just on par. It's on brand for Vrabel. And yeah, I think it's no state secret that A.J. Brown will be a New England Patriot. It's a matter of when, not if.
Makes way too much sense. Certainly for the Patriots. I would argue for the Eagles too. Do they really want to go through everything like they did a year ago again? But also for New England, they clearly need to get some more help there for Drake May, who looked like a top-tier quarterback up until the playoffs, and I think people will be looking the first month or so to see what he looks like, and you get him A.J. Brown, that goes a long way helping that offense. All right, heading into Thursday, how active could the trade market be on draft night? Chiefs general manager Brett Veach was talking about that very thing.
I think that the fans will be in for a treat next Thursday because I think that, you know, the grades are going to be so close from some of these tackles and DNs and other receivers that a lot of these guys that are mocked high may go a little lower, and a lot of these guys that are getting mocked a little lower may go a little higher because I think they're so close this year. It's not this huge gap and big fall off. And even with the offensive linemen, I mean, there's traits that you like and some things that all these guys need to clean up and work on. But I think that the grades are so close that it'll come down to the scheme fit and, you know, coach's analysis, the vision, the fit for these guys. So I think it should be an entertaining night and look to probably be a lot of trades. And I think that's what a draft like this, when you don't have, you know, 2 or 3 franchise quarterbacks and, you know, a Will Anderson or a Myles Garrett, I think it does lend itself to open up to a lot of fun and a lot of excitement. So I think from a fan's perspective, they should have a lot of fun next Thursday.
I hope that's the case, man. I hope that's the case. It makes sense when you don't have 3 or 4 top-tier quarterbacks going inside the top 5, top 10 or something. You know, you've got way more variance on positions and how some teams are going to view those in particular. Heck, we've talked about the wide receiver group even. I mean, there's a case if teams really feel good about Jordan Tyson, you know, does he suddenly go much higher? Does Ruben Bain end up going way later than we think? Or is that all a bunch of smokescreen stuff? Like, I hope we see a bunch of trades. That's fun on draft night. I don't know about you, especially if your team has multiple first-round picks. So I can't wait. You know, the trade stuff in the mocks are always tough, you know, to predict that. But I do think we'll see. What do you think? I have to look offshore probably for over-under. If I told you over-under 6 trades in the first round, would you take the over or the under?
Take the under. Take the under. This is Brett Veach. This is smokescreen season. There's not going to be. Look, this is like when Chris Harrison used to always say that next week's Bachelor might be the most dramatic Bachelor yet, and it wasn't. Like, you know, like this is just what it is. I think it's, and as a guy who a former Titan, a Tennessee Titans fan, I still have PTSD, post-trade stress disorder from A.J. Brown, the aforementioned. I do not like trades in the draft. They scare me to death. If you're a fan, if you don't have a dog in the hunt, yes, trades are fun. It's exciting. But if it's your team that's involved in one of those trades, it's scary as hell.
We'll see. We'll see if we get them. Also, we mentioned our sound of the week involving an actress this week. How about Brenda's song, Talking Ball?
Nice. Come on, Kennard. Go. Brenda's busy. Come on. You gotta double team him. Yes. Get it, Cleveland. Let's go. I love you so much. What do you think I swept him at the gate? Rui! Sorry. Do not apologize. It is so fun.
Look, Brenda's song "Sitting Courtside" with Kate Hudson. Obviously, they are in that Netflix TV show Running Point. And look, Brenda's song, she was like explaining to Kate Hudson all about how far DeAndre Ayton, you know, took team to the Western Conference Finals with the Suns. And look, Brenda's song knows ball. She's not just the cute faced wife of Macaulay Culkin. Brenda Song knows ball.
Some sounds of the week. He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gold. Let's get back into the NFL draft, including 3 or 4 teams we think could shape this entire draft on Thursday night. That's next.
edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
1 o'clock on the East Coast. Also, that means we're just a few minutes away from tip-off of the first NBA playoff game of the day in Cleveland with the Cavs and the Raptors. We'll get back into the NFL draft in 20 minutes. Emery Hunt going to join us to get the latest on what could happen on Thursday night in Pittsburgh. We're also going to talk about it right now. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on Westwood One Sports. You can chime in over on the text line and the phone line, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. You can watch the show on YouTube, Twitch. Make sure you search BetMGM Tonight. That's BetMGM Tonight over on YouTube and Twitch. You can listen to the show, Westwood One Sports app, Odyssey app, our affiliates across the country, and over on SiriusXM channel 375. Let me just ask the simple question off the top. What team do you actually think impacts the draft the most on Thursday night? And I ask that because, look, you could simply say the team with the most picks on Thursday or inside the first couple of rounds. Maybe that's your answer. A team like the Jets, who have picks 2, 16, and 4 top 43 picks overall. I've got a couple teams in mind, but I'm just curious where you're at. Is there a team that you're like, all right, whatever they do could change the entire first round or change the top 10?
Yeah, and because mainly it's not the team that has the most picks or anything like that. To me, it's literally the team that essentially controls the butterfly effect for the rest of what the first round will do. We know the Raiders are going Mendoza. We know the Jets and the Cardinals are probably going defense. The Cardinals definitely need an edge rusher to keep up, to try and stop those offenses in the NFC West. To me, and this is crazy to think because I follow this team the closest, obviously, and I still have no idea what they're going to do, and that's the Tennessee Titans. Everyone thinks, it's a foregone conclusion they're going to go Jeremiah Love, but I would not be surprised if Mike Borgonzi and crew go with an edge rusher, possibly. Maybe go with maybe like a Sonny Styles. I kind of hope they don't go Sonny Styles, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Just because there's so much defensive talent at the top of this draft, I could very easily see them go defensive end. So then Jeremiah Love falls even further, and or if they go Jeremiah Love, one of those defensive ends, one of those three-headed monster defensive ends goes further. So really, I think it's like that's kind of where the draft starts, because I think we're all in agreement, right? Like we know what the Raiders are doing, we know what the Jets are doing, and we know what the Cardinals are doing. What are the Titans going to do? And I think from there, the domino pieces are going to fall where they may.
Yeah, I hear you on the Titans mainly because Jeremiah Love, if he doesn't go to Tennessee, as you were kind of saying, okay, the Giants are in play for him. If he doesn't go there, are the Commanders in play for them? But everybody thinks the Commanders may want to trade out of the particular pick. I'm with you on Jeremiah Love, the player being maybe the guy in general that shapes this entire front half of the draft. I do think, it's more player based than even team based. The Love is a name. I would also say David Bailey is interesting because everybody agrees that he's likely not on the board by the time you even get to 8 or 9. But what if he is on the board later than we think? That's what would prompt the trades, I think, Austin. If you're a team like Dallas, who we all know needs more edge rush help after the obvious, Parsons trade and everything, and we know they didn't end up getting Max Crosby, who now, by the way, that has gone completely silent. All the noise about Max Crosby and the Raiders, and is he staying there? Like, that's been crickets, which is kind of interesting to me at this point in time. But if Bailey's there, do the Cowboys try to trade up where a team like Washington is? I know you're like, what, you're going to trade with the Cowboys if you're the Commanders. I understand that. But is there a team in front of the Commanders, or is it the Saints? So I think it's player-based that will drive some of that. But yes, the Jets do have more picks than just about anybody. Kansas City's got pick 9 and 29. Does that make it interesting as well? But when we don't have the quarterbacks, it's normally we would always just say, well, yeah, the draft is going to be shaped by who the third quarterback is versus the second quarterback. And now, Ty Simpson out of Alabama, I don't know where you're at. It feels like it would be surprising if he's taken any higher than like 13, and that would be high to me. I don't think if you're the Rams or the Steelers, a couple teams that maybe I think could be interested in him, I don't think they need, like the Rams shouldn't spend the 13th pick. I think it's the 13th pick that they have. They shouldn't spend that on Ty Simpson. I think they can wait, or the Steelers don't need to trade up per se to get Ty Simpson.
Yeah, I think you could see one of those Aaron Rodgers type slippages for Ty Simpson in the first round. I don't think that the shine or the excitement is there around that pick. And meanwhile, there are with other positions. And I think you're going to see teams being like, well, I don't think we need to trade up to get a Ty Simpson. I think he may very well fall in our lap at one point. But yeah, no, I do think the Cowboys are an interesting team to kind of follow, because I do think if there was a team to trade up into the top 10 to get a defensive guy, it would be the Cowboys.
Yeah,
I'm interested to see what they do there. Obviously, like it is kind of wild how much the NFC East has presence in the top 10, especially if the Cowboys do trade up to that. Like there could be some big names going to just that division alone. And I don't know. I really feel like, look, Brent Veach, we just heard him in the Sounds of the Week talk about if, there's going to be, a lot of trades, it's going to be an exciting first round. I don't buy into that exactly. Like, I'm not ready to say, like, take his word for it that, a lot of teams are going to give up a lot of things. I think there's a lot of phone calls being made this week. I think there's a lot of people talking about, hey, what if we did this? And, I'm sure there's some preliminary talks of potential trades going down. But do they actually pull the trigger? I think, there's always a lot more talk this time of year than there is actual action.
sure.
And I'm not ready to think that there's going to be, all of these teams wanting to move up, at least, especially in a draft like this, where if you don't get a David Bailey, you can get an Arvell Reese. If you don't get an Arvell Reese or a David Bailey, you get a Reuben Bain. Like there's other options. If you don't get a Carnell Tate, like you can get a Jordan Tyson. Like I just feel like there's just too many pieces there for other teams to like maybe want to mortgage the franchise to move up for it.
I mean, to your point, we do talk about teams, trade back and stockpile picks. It does take a team that wants to trade up. I mean, I think we're all guilty sometimes of as fans and say, oh yeah, trade back 4 spots and then just add another 3rd round pick. Like it's just no big deal.
Yeah.
And it happens every time. There has to be a player to trade up for. But I do think though, like in your scenario with defensive linemen, so let's say Arvell Reese is the 2nd guy taken. Let's say David Bailey is taken in the top 5. Reuben Bain's taken in the top 9 or top 8, let's say. If you're looking at defensive end and that's your primary need, I do think at that point you would be looking to trade back, because I think if you're not getting Bain, Bailey, or Reese, there is a gap after that for pass rusher where you could wait and draft somebody like a Falk, I'm sorry, at 20 or a little bit later on in the draft. So I do think that could prompt it. But on the flip side, as we said, the scenario for the Cowboys to trade up in the top 10 likely resolves Bailey or Bain being on the board in the later half of the later portion of the top 10. So that's where it's intriguing. I think 7, 8, 9 are interesting trade in spots for the Cowboys, if that makes sense. And just because of where some of those teams are positioned, the other part is the Steelers.
Yeah.
New regime is in. Mike McCarthy's in charge. They, as of right this second, Austin, they don't have a starting quarterback unless you believe in. They don't have a starting quarterback. They have the most picks in the draft overall, 12 of them. They got 5 in the first 3 rounds. Could we see complete retooling there? We know they're not drafted a wide receiver because they traded for Pittman. So they got DK and Pittman, pretty good shape at wide receiver. Feels like they could go in a couple other spots on the defensive side of the ball. But I'll be curious to see how aggressive the Steelers are. Are they willing to use one of their early picks on a quarterback, knowing that Rodgers is likely still to show up, but if he doesn't, they've got a rookie that they draft in the first round or so that they can maybe have a true competition with, Mason Rudolph or somebody if Rodgers decides to bail on them.
Yeah, the only time I believe in Rudolph is around Christmas time, and that's only because I have 2 girls under the age of 4, right? Aaron Rodgers, I feel like is, he's the linchpin in this whole thing, in this whole situation. And I'm leaning more like it's kind of just been this underlying thought that I've had the entire offseason. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when Aaron Rodgers signs on for one more year in Pittsburgh. I think he's going to pull the old Brett Favre move, and not not any of the legal ramifications that he's gotten in his post-playing career. I'm talking about when he was a player later in his career. Every year we would go on Favre Watch. Do you remember that? Around 2008, 2009, the offseason, ESPN would send Ed Werder to his ranch in Mississippi or wherever it may be, and we would have helicopters in the sky, and we would watch Favre Watch. And we did it when he came back to the Vikings, when the years he was with the Vets or with the Jets. It was Brett Favre going to come back and return. Aaron Rodgers, I think it's a matter of fact, and he's just he doesn't want to have to go through the rigmaroles of signing early and then going to the OTAs and doing all of that. He's a veteran. He knows what he's doing. He doesn't necessarily need to. He's kind of earned that right. I think Aaron Rodgers is coming back, and especially with kind of like what you said with the Steelers, with the weapons that they've gotten, Pittman and now DK to pair him with, yeah, why wouldn't Aaron Rodgers want to come back for one more swing with an offense like that? And then then you look into the draft. What are they going to add to it? Are they going to add another offensive weapon, or are they going to go strictly to the other side of the ball? I don't know. I think it's a huge factor there, but I don't think I don't know if they're one of those teams that's going to waste at least a top pick on a quarterback. I think they will get a quarterback somewhere in this draft, but I don't know if they're necessarily in the Ty Simpson sweepstakes.
Yeah. The Simpson is going to be interesting to follow to see where he ultimately goes in this draft. I do think the Steelers' offense will be way more entertaining than it's been in a very, very long time. But I still think the end result for Pittsburgh, without seeing their draft plan yet, is still likely to be in the same category of what they've been, that fringe playoff type of team. Maybe pushes to 11 wins if everything went perfect. But we'll see how they handle it. I do want to look at some of the odds, by the way, that are out there. If you're looking to bet the draft on Thursday night in Pittsburgh, and at some of these spots. So let's just start, obviously not number one overall. We know Mendoza's, there's no point of betting that. Number 2 overall pick. Everybody thinks it is Arvell Reese. He's minus 150 right now to go number 2. Remember, these are not tied to teams. These are tied to the number on the pick there. So Arvell Reese is minus 150, minus 155. David Bailey right around plus 110. Everybody seems to know if it's the Cardinals not trading that pick, it's either Reese or Bailey. If a team is trading up to the Cardinals pick, it's probably for Reese or Bailey. Like it is, I think I'll stick with the guy that since January has basically been locked into the second spot is Arvell Reese. I know there's a ton of momentum about David Bailey, and I would love David Bailey on my team. I think he's going to be a stud. But I'll stick with the player that pretty much throughout the entire draft process, everybody has said is going number 2. So even at minus 150, I would still potentially bet it. I think there's better bets to make if you're looking for draft night bets to give you more reason to care about other teams' picks. But Arvell Reese at minus 150, I still don't even hate that one, even though that's a bit of juice to try to make that bet.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to which of the three edge rushers goes first, because I was thinking David Bailey was going to be the first edge rusher off the board, but now I'm seeing some mocks, where Arvell Reese is the first one off the board, and I think it's a foregone conclusion just with the arm span and obviously the smokescreen reports that came out this week about Ruben Bain, that he's certainly not going to be the first one taken overall anymore.
Absolutely.
I think you can pretty much count him out, but it is still a 2-man race between Arvell Reese and David Bailey, and I'm leaning more towards Reese on this one. What about you? Do you think between Reese and Bailey, which one, if you had to put some money down on, where would you go?
For just betting who's going to go first, Arvell Reese at 2 minus 150. Now, like as far as player wise, I think David Bailey's going to be a stud in the league. So I don't think necessarily that's the pick would be the bad one. I'm just saying I think I'll go with where most of the, your favorite thing, the mocks and other insiders have had this guy going, Arvell Reese minus 150 at number 2 overall. Where it gets really interesting, honestly, is at 4 and 5, where Love is even money to be the 4th overall pick, whether it's the Titans or another team if they trade up or something. Or at 5, the Giants, that's where Sonny Styles is plus 190, Caleb Downs plus 260. I mean, that's where the betting gets really fun and interesting, trying to predict what Harbaugh is going to do there at number 5 overall. I told you if Love is on the board at 5, I think it'd be a phenomenal pick to take him if I was the Giants, but he's 6-1. There's not a ton of momentum for people believing that Harbaugh would do that. But man, I'm just thinking about that offense. Dart and Neighbors with Love and Scattaboo. That's a fun offense in year 1 for Matt Nagy and for Harbaugh in a division that I think is there for the taking.
Yeah, I'm really curious. Obviously Brett Veach, to go back on it, he talked about the number of trades. I think there's going to be, if there's any type of shakeup in this year's draft, it's going to be a team going off the board, trying to pull one of those "we're smarter than everyone else" moves of. This is who we think we're going to get. Do you remember a number of years ago? I think it was 2019 when the Raiders took, was it Cleveland Farrell in the top 5, and everyone was like, "What?" Or when the Giants took Daniel Jones as their first quarterback off the board, everyone was like, "Wait a minute, what's going on here? Are you guys pulling one on us?" But it's these teams they're like, "Yeah, we did our homework on this guy, and we think he's really going to be a star." And look, every draft pick to begin with is a coin flip at best. That's one thing we have to remind ourselves every single week, that it is not a foregone conclusion that just because you got the name off the board that he is going to be the player. A lot of times it's not. And a lot of times some of the no-name guys that you pick up in the draft end up being absolute studs. Every single pick is a coin flip, but I think there's going to be not necessarily a trade that shakes up this draft. It's going to be some team being like, we know what we're doing and we did our homework on this guy and we're getting X name of, a guy that no one was talking about going in the top 10 for whatever reason goes in the top 10.
Let's keep talking NFL draft. We're going to do that on the other side with Emory Hunt. He joins us from CBS Sports and Sportsline, owner of Football Game Plan. We've had him on the show before. We're now inside the week of the NFL draft, just a couple days away in Pittsburgh. Let's get the latest, especially what happened yesterday with a workout involving one of the top wide receivers, and how much could that change the top 10 of the draft. That's coming up next here on Westwood One Sports.
your edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff here on another Saturday. We will get back into some NBA postseason action, including Sunday slate. Coming up a little bit later on, we got our first game of the day just tipped off a couple minutes ago, very, very early on in the first quarter. The Cavs out to, actually, it's tied up at 15. The score just updated with about 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. Cavs 15, Raptors 15, game one of the NBA postseason. But let's talk some NFL draft, as that is coming up on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in Pittsburgh. It's finally here after months and months of talking about it. And someone we had on maybe about a month ago, Emery Hunt, going to join us right now here on Westwood One Sports, owner of Football Game Plan, football analyst for CBS Sports and Sportsline. If you don't already follow him on X, make sure you do, at FBall Game Plan. Emery, I know you've been talking about this for a year and prepping all this stuff for probably a year, so you're probably excited to get down to it this week as well. I want to get into the biggest story in the last 24 hours maybe or so, and that is, what did this workout do for Jordan Tyson yesterday? Did it do enough, in your opinion, to change anything here toward the top of the draft?
I just hope you're fully checked out medically. I hadn't been following the reports, but if he's checked out medically in terms of being what he has been, pre-injury, pre-hamstring, pre-all of the injuries, I know you can't get it all back in one day, but if the hamstring is fine, that should solidify him going in the first round. He's my number one X receiver in his draft class. And the biggest concern was, how healthy he was, considering he was, in the last time we saw him play, he was leading them down the field on one leg against Texas Tech. And so we saw him do that rather well. So toughness unquestioned. So if he's fully healthy, ready to go, then you could book him in the first round. Now, post that, you have questions about, all of the other injuries, but at least for right now, he should be able to go in round one.
Emery, we were talking earlier about the team that we think is the biggest team that could potentially shake up the first round. And it's hard to do this without going back to the players themselves, of which players will be taken where. But of the teams, when you go down the order, obviously we know the Raiders are going Fernando Mendoza. But after that, then, it's not so much of a sure thing. Which team do you think it will be for you that will kind of be the one to set that butterfly effect in motion for the rest of the first round?
I would probably say the New York Giants. If we, take a look at what the news have been coming out of Giants. Now, I was at, their pre-draft presser earlier in the week with Joe Shane, and he came out with the initial statement about things are good with Dexter Lawrence. So then after that, when you get home, you see all hell breaks loose in terms of there's no communication, all that stuff like that. So I don't know what to believe. But when we look at the Giants in that scope of where they are right now at pick 5, there's like 4 different camps that people are in. Some people are saying take Jeremiah Love. Some people are saying take Sonny Styles. Some people are saying take Caleb Downs. Some people are saying take Carnell Tate. So I feel like that's the inflection point of the draft. The Giants, whomever they choose, let's say they go running back. We may see a bevy of teams try to trade up to get, one of these players, try to trade with Cleveland because they pick 6. Or if you look at them going Carnell Tate, maybe that forces Cleveland to trade down. Maybe, so I think the Giants really hold the key to the draft, and that's why it's fascinating to see who they're going to pick, because you could legitimately make a case for at least 4 players in that spot. 5 if you want to include Francis Mauigoa.
Are you buying the noise around how active the trade market could be on draft night, just because we don't have 3 or 4 quarterbacks going in the first round, and normally, maybe even 3 of them in the top 10? It was Brett Veach, the general manager of the Chiefs, just a couple days ago, saying that he thinks fans are going to love it because we're going to see a bunch of trades. Now, I know it's smokescreen season, but do you buy into that? Do you think it's going to be active?
It could be, and I don't think it'll be active or as active, let's say, at the top. I think where we'll see most of the activity is, let's say, between picks 17 to 32. I think toward the back half of the first round is where we'll start to see a lot more moving and shaking, where guys going to get specific players and, maybe stockpiling some picks on day 2. We may see a team trade back into round 1 to get a quarterback. I know Ty Simpson been rumored to, be one of those, be that guy. If you're maybe the Jets or the Cardinals. So I can see pick 17 and 32 having a lot more movement than we would see picks 1 through 16.
Of the well, I feel like a three-dog race going into the draft with Reese, Bailey, and Bain. I think obviously for not necessarily the reasons that came out this week with the car accident news of Ruben Bain when he was in college, but more so for the short arms from the combine, which to me, I don't know how much you buy into it. I tend to just say, hey, let's go by the tape. Can the guy ball out? If he can, no matter the measurables. But teams love to dwell on those things. Between Reese, Bailey, and Bain, which do you think will we be talking about in 5 years' time as being the best edge rusher in this draft?
Probably Bain. I think Bain, Bailey, and then Reese, because Reese could be a little bit more of a hybrid role where he could be a good player, but may not be the transcendent player, right? And I think the other two have a clear line of being successful because they're straight just pass rushers. And I think that if you said either one of those two, Bailey or Bain, you'll be fine with that. I just find it fascinating, man. Like, we cover football during the football season, and then fly in February, folks come in, and now we all talk about arm length and height. And weight.
Yeah, right.
Like, nothing to do with the actual game. And then after fly-in season, we go back to the football, and then when it's week 8 or week 9, no one's talking about some vertical jump, hand size, arm length. Can do not play. So that's why I always laugh and chuckle and don't pay any mind to those that focus solely on these, metrics that can be easily proven or disproven when we're watching the actual games in 17 or 18 weeks now of a college football season. So that's why it's fascinating to see how the conversation switches. It becomes important until it's not important, and then it becomes important again. So there's two separate schools of thought and people that if you're a fly-in person, then we're having two different conversations.
We're talking to Emery Hunt here, owner of Football Game Plan, joining us on Westwood One Sports, getting set for the NFL Draft Thursday night, round 1, of course, in Pittsburgh. Position-wise, I think last time we had you on, we focused a lot on the wide receivers, understandably so. It's a fun position for everybody to kind of gravitate toward. What about running back? We know about Jeremiah Love. Everybody's well aware he's going to be the first running back off the board, maybe as high as 4. We'll see, to Tennessee. What about the position in this draft? How is it as thin as everybody's kind of been making it out to be? Who's the next player or two after Love, and are there first-round talents out there?
Back on my soapbox, right? Because when folks that evaluate this talent, right? You talk to somebody that evaluates. I just released my draft guide that has over 1,200 individual scout reports in it. So when I hear fellow draft analysts say this is a weak class or a down class, I want to shake the life out of them because get your shovel and start digging. There's talent everywhere, right? So yes, Jeremiah Love is phenomenal. He would have been my RB1 last year, but you have a litany of. Case in point, so far in this, well, not so far in the draft guide, I have over 146 running backs graded. So I see a lot of talent, obviously. Now, when you go from Jonah Coleman to Emmett Johnson to Jaden Ott, just ignore what he did at Oklahoma and go back to what he did at Cal and what he did at the Senior Bowl. It looks like a guy that could be a franchise guy. Jadarian Price, plays a lot like Chase Brown, who's with the Cincinnati Bengals. I look at someone like Mike Washington, kind of reminds me a lot of Ahman Green in terms of the same size, same explosiveness, same speed, same fumbling issues that Green had. You look at all of these backs, you're like, man, they got a lot of good backs in this draft class. And I think this is a class where if you're not getting Jeremiah Love, and this is the nature of the position and how it has, transpired over the course of, let's say, 15 to 20 years, where gone is the anomaly of the Jeremiah Loves, and even him, he had a tails to his Sonic, right? So when you think about all of these backs that are talented, some may end up being foundational RB1s, but a lot of what you have in this class and many other classes are guys that can help bring you a very good RB tandem. That's why I love the depth of this class.
Emery Hunt, owner of Football Game Plan, is with us right now. And Emery, I believe I'm reading one of your mock drafts. You're a mock drafts guy, I have to imagine,
Absolutely
right?
not. Absolutely not. That's the only mock draft you see me put out is that one that you're reading right now.
Wait a
It's based
minute,
on
wait a
what
minute, wait a
I
minute.
do.
This is yeah. No, this is look, Emery. I am so anti mock drafts guy. I just gave a huge rant about it on this show. So you mean to tell me that literally the one I'm looking at is the only one like you do, and you kind of have to do it for work, right?
Well, I usually do too. They didn't want to do the second one this year because the only other one I do would be a small school only mock where it would be a first round mock of just small school players from FCS, D2, D3, NAIA prospects because that's the
Okay.
only one I feel like it's creative. Everyone else trying to play like they're inside,
Yeah.
but they're not, and so that's why I do one mock based on what I would do as a GM and let that ride.
Okay, and I'm assuming you only fill out one March Madness bracket too, right?
I don't even bother with that. I just look at the matchups and certain games I want to see. This is a game I want to watch. Okay.
Emery's like, I'm neck deep in NFL draft coverage at that point. I don't have time for college basketball. I will say this: if they're Brent Veach is talking all about trades or whatnot and all this I feel like the team most likely to draft up would potentially be the Cowboys just to get a defensive guy in that top 10 for me. Am I wrong there, or do you think there's another team that's most likely to jump up into the top 10?
I mean, we understand the NFL and its draft is a TV product. No one better understands that than Jerry Jones. And if we go back to like week 11 or something in the NFL season on CBS Sports HQ, I approached the idea of, this is before a homeboy got on a run and really got it going. Javonte Williams. I was like, man, I would be hard pressed if I'm Jerry Jones to not try to trade to go and get Jeremiah Love, right? Because that would be the biggest star in the biggest, football area in the biggest football brand. But you're right. When you look at what they've done postseason in terms of the free agency market and acquiring talent on both sides of the ball, they have a chance to really go and get a guy. And anyone you want to put in there, if Bain is falling, Bain would make elite level sense for them. Just makes that defense even stronger, considering what they've added in free agency and with the trades they did late last season with Quentin Williams and company. And also, if they go get Caleb Downs, I know they brought in Jalen Thompson from Arizona, and they have Malik Hooker, who is another one of these guys that has ball skills, but Downs would give them a true quarterback of the defense. If Styles goes past the Giants, that would make sense. So I can see Dallas being a serious player to package both of those first-round picks to go and move up and get a specific talent based on the work they've done in free agency.
Before we get you out of here, as we're talking with Emery Hunt, how about the tight end position? I know everybody focuses in on Sadiq, King and Sadiq over at Oregon. Eli Stowers gets mentioned. Is it two tight ends you think going here in the first round? What's the drop-off, I guess, look like at that position?
I think you see one tight end go later, and that would be Sadiq. Because we like the idea of the tight end, especially guys like Sadiq. We love the idea of this athletic tight end, but the league treats the tight end position as if it's an afterthought. Because you would have thought that all of these tight ends would have over 1,000 yards, but the league just rather feed the football to these receivers, and that's where the receiving production goes more so than the tight ends. And so for this draft class alone, I think we may only see one, and that's Kenyon Sadiq. But then after that, you have your Stowers, you have your Oscar Delps, you have all of these other tight ends that can go across the board and play really well. Your Eli Raridans and those cats. So it's another good group of tight ends. Just unfortunately, the league, we are higher in the media on tight ends than the actual NFL is in terms of how they utilize this guy. I think we still see the position how we saw the Jimmy Grahams, the Antonio Gates, the Rob Gronkowski's, the Tony Gonzalez, and they don't use tight ends like that no more, which is weird because there's some excellent H-back fluid flex tight ends out there on rosters right now collecting dust.
Emory Hunt at F-Ball Game Plan. Make sure you give him a follow leading up to the draft this Thursday night. Owner of Football Game Plan, also his work over at CBS Sports and Sportsline. Great to have you on again, man. Really do appreciate your work, and we are glad to hear you do one mock draft, not 20 of them.
Oh, listen, and plus, because I'm
Yes.
the largest draft guide out there, over 1,200 individual scout reports, footballgameplan.com/2026 draft guide. That's where all the focus goes.
I love it.
There we go.
Great
Football
stuff.
Game
Great
Plan.
insight from Emory Hunt here on Westwood One Sports. Don't forget, this segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. I want to react a little bit to what he had to say, and also let's talk some baseball, man. Baseball, we are now 3+ weeks or so into the season. We've got teams on losing streaks. We got a guy that we haven't seen play at this level in a couple of years. I think it's great for baseball. We'll tell you about it next here on Westwood One Sports.
weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Thanks again to Emery Hunt from Football Game Plan. Talk a little NFL draft with us coming up on Thursday. Just a quick score update as the NBA postseason is underway. Into the first quarter, the Cavs have a 35-31 lead on the Toronto Raptors. Very early going in that game. Let's see, leading scorer so far in that particular game. Let's see, Brandon Ingram with 9 points for the Raptors. But 4-point game, now a 2-point game early going in the second quarter. We'll get back to some NBA in just a little bit. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Austin was telling us a story during the break about his hat. If you're watching the show on YouTube or Twitch, you can see Austin. So Austin always wears a hat. I'm normally, this is the first time I've done the show I'm wearing a hat.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I was gonna say, dude, welcome to the club, man. I actually kind of love the look. The black Royals hat is sleek, man.
It's a clean looking hat. I'm not a hat guy. I normally don't. I decided, frankly, not to put gel in the hair this morning, so I was lazy, is what happened. That's the reason why I'm wearing the hat today. But your hat is got a red in on it, and I'll admit, when I first sat down today, I thought, wow, you're really excited about Nebraska announcing football renovations, and you're just supporting the Cornhuskers, but it's not a Nebraska hat.
Yeah. Look, I'm a big fan of women's volleyball, and they are a powerhouse in it.
They are.
I got to rep the Huskers everywhere I go. No, I'm a big Jabba Chamberlain fan. You know, I just love the corn. No, it is a Nashville Sounds hat, but when I am out and about, when I wear this hat to people that don't know their AAA baseball, a lot of times people will revert to being like, is that a Nebraska hat? I didn't realize you were a Cornhusker fan, Austin. I'm like, no, I'm not. It's actually Nashville Sounds, and I have to do the whole explanation. In fact, I was sharing the story with you guys off the air. I once ran into Michael Wilbon downtown Chicago, and I don't normally go up to celebrities. I usually kind of just like, oh, that's cool, they're right there, and I just let them live their life. But with him, I like, being such a sports fan, I felt like I was like, look, I just have to go up and thank him for the years of entertainment that he provided on PTI, his writing that he has done nationally, and his NBA pregame stuff. I just had, so I went up to him and I said, hey, Mr. Wilbon, I don't want to interrupt or anything. I just wanted to say thank you so much for all the years of entertainment. And he was very kind. He was like, oh, of course. He's like, I love your hat. You guys have, kind of had a rough go of it as of late. And I'm like, does Michael Wilbon know ball? Is AAA ball at that? And I was like, yeah. It's like, I was like, I don't even know how the Sounds did last year. And then he goes, so who you guys have this week? What, like Northwestern? And then I realized, oh my gosh, Michael Wilbon thinks I'm wearing a Cornhuskers hat, and then I had to be the guy. I had to be the guy to correct Hall of Fame writer, broadcaster, freaking Michael Wilbon. I had to be like, I had to actually Michael Wilbon in real life, and that was probably the most awkward moments of my entire life. But I had to hit him. Well, actually, this is a Nashville Sounds hat, and the rest is history.
What did he say? He goes, what did he say?
On his way.
What did he say? Oh, okay, thanks. Have a good day, and move on.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah. That was pretty much the conversation ender right there whenever I corrected Michael Wilbon with actually, it's a Nashville Sounds hat.
By the way, here on BetMGM Game Day, when the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds at BetMGM. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. We haven't talked baseball yet today. I do want to catch up on what's been happening the last week or so. We're now a couple weeks into this thing. A couple stories that stood out to me. Number one, I don't have to tell Mets fans that they're listening or watching, unfortunately. They have lost 9 in a row out of the gate, and it is mainly all about this offense right now. And I know they put Polanco, who's struggling, on the IL, I think yesterday officially I saw. Not to get too nerdy with it, but you just look at some of the underlying metrics with this team and you figure out what's wrong with the offense. Their walk rate, they're 27th overall in walk percentage right now. Luis Robert Jr. was an offseason acquisition. He's only walking at 18% of the time. The selectivity at the plate has been horrendous for this team with high expectations, as you always have with the Mets. 9 in a row. I mean, this kind of starts, especially in a market like New York. This will get your manager fired here pretty soon if you're not careful.
Yeah, this is the Mets' longest losing streak in 22 years, which is really kind of wild to think about because, before the Steve Cohen era of Mets, this has been a franchise that has spent some time in the basement of the East. And it's wild to think that this is the worst skid that they've had, especially when they've got the second highest payroll in baseball. We came into this year thinking, oh, well, the Mets are certainly, they're not going to repeat last year of not make the playoffs with as high of a payroll as they're spending. But Steve Cohen's getting no bang for his buck whatsoever, like at all. This is an offense that struggles to score runs, and they've just been bad. And like, you start to think like it's not like will they be able to get out of it, or I mean it's not a matter of like when. It's like every game you're thinking, okay, well surely they've got to run into a win here, but no, they get swept by LA. That's not, I don't think, I'm not going to hold that against them, but you go into Wrigley yesterday and you get blasted by a team. Senga has been a horrific starting pitcher for them with like a nearly 7 ERA. Well, it was 7 going into yesterday, and after yesterday's performance, it's probably even higher than that. I mean, like, Mets fan, where are you at, man? Like, you've got to be just punching walls at this point, right? Steve Cohen's probably punching walls. He's like, I'm pumping all this money into this roster, and I'm getting nothing for it. And then comes I always love when a team gets off to a slow start like this, then you start to second guess what you did in the offseason, all of the moves that you made. And
sure,
maybe we should have re-signed Pete Alonso. Maybe we should have, done this, done that. And really they've got a bunch of like kind of retreads. I loved the Bo Bichette signing at the time, but Bo Bichette's done really nothing for the Mets since, landing in Flushing. So I don't know. I just like, I'm one of those guys that I love to clown on the Mets, but this is like almost beyond clowning at the right now because it's just bad. It's an ugly start to the year. 9 games in a row. I don't know when they very well could get swept in Chicago, and we could be looking at an 11-game losing streak by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, they play here in 30 minutes or so. Game 2 of their series in Chicago against the Cubs. Peralta, so they send in the bump. Look, I always caution still. Look, 9-game losing streak. I don't care when you have it in the season; it's a problem. But 9-game losing streak in April. We all know the attention to it is even greater than what it would be if this was happening in July. Small sample size. I do think there's some guys in that lineup that the back of their baseball card just tells us that they will get going at some point. But the problem is you dig yourself a hole. You have a bad April, then you're playing catch up the rest of the way. Usually in baseball, we don't see managers fired in the first month of the season. That's more of an NHL thing. That's more of an NBA thing, maybe even college football. But the question is, how long does it go? 9 is bad enough. If we're still talking about this next week and it's 15 or something, then at that point, some people have to lose their job. I mean, that's unacceptable, especially as you laid out with the payroll that they have. My guess is the Mets offensively get going here pretty soon with a couple of these guys. There's some guys that I have far more question about than others. There's a few in that lineup, though, like this historically, they're not going to hit like this the entire season. That's just not going to happen. But Francisco Lindor would be one of them, by the way. He's hitting 200 right now with just 1 home run.
Yeah, no, Frankie Lindor, and that's a guy just smiling while striking out.
Well, that doesn't help either. He's
doesn't help the situation.
I'm Alex Gould. Coming up next, though, here on BetMGM Game Day, let's get back into the NBA. We'll check in on the Cavs and the Raptors. We'll also talk about who has the most pressure, team and individual, as the playoffs begin today and tomorrow in the NBA.
Smart takes, real stakes. The weekend starts now with BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on a NBA playoff Saturday. You guys can interact with us over on Westwood One Sports Talk and text line 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. We're also keeping an eye on the chat over on YouTube and Twitch. You can watch the program there. Search BetMGM tonight. You can hit us up individually as well on social media. Austin Huff at Alex Gold. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Let's talk a little NBA here to get things going. First game of the day, the only game going on right now. And yes, this one is on Prime Video. 6:30 or so to go. Cavs up 41-39 in the second quarter. We were talking about this series a little bit earlier in the show, and so much of it is about, I think, James Harden and ultimately what can you do if you're the Cavs with Harden? What's the ceiling? Is there a ceiling for this team? And, I think it goes into the question of who individually and also as a team is under the most pressure here in the postseason. I think pressure versus to prove is different, right? Like, is James Harden feeling pressure? I don't know if I really would even say that. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. Obviously, his legacy is missing one thing. That's winning a championship. I don't know if pressure is the right word. I think it's more like he has maybe the most to prove in the postseason. That's where I would put him. I don't think the Cavs have the most pressure and he has the most pressure. They have maybe some of the most to prove, or he definitely does, just because of his 17-year career and not having a title and the failures of the postseason and him not being able to carry a team. Do you agree with that, or do you think he actually has a lot of pressure? I think there's other players that have pressure. I think Anthony Edwards has more pressure because he is clearly the guy in Minnesota that has had early exits, or I should say, in the conference finals, has only gotten to game fives, had early exits in those particular series.
It depends on James Harden's mindset, because if James Harden is online as much as, let's say, Kevin Durant, for no reason, then yeah, there's a lot of pressure on James Harden, because James Harden, like, I think you make a great point about Ant, but the noise is louder around James Harden because he's had louder exits and he's had bigger no-shows in the postseason. He's played 173 career postseason games, and he doesn't have a ring. That's third most of all active players. So 173. He has played over 2 full seasons in the postseason alone, and he doesn't have a ring. And he has bounced around from city to city more than I have with this show, right? I've taken the show to St. Louis, New York. I'll be in Naples next week. James Harden's traveled more than I have. I do think there is pressure on James Harden. I think that because he does seem to me like the kind of guy who, maybe reads some press clippings, maybe checks Twitter every once in a while, maybe sees what the buzz is around him. And the buzz around him is he's a ring chaser who has yet to attain the ring right now. We are in the third. He is the Lord of the Rings on an expedition to try and find a ring, and he has yet to find it. And I don't know if he does this time. I will say this. Our executive producer, Zach Kroll, who does a fantastic job on this show, he is adamant about the Cavaliers making it to the final. I think mainly because he put some money down on it. But
absolutely, what it is. Yeah.
And look, I wasn't thinking. I was wondering whether or not the Cavs would make it out of this first round. With the way he's talking, I don't know. Maybe I'm changing my stance on the Cavs. Like, if they can get James Harden to just be James Harden, like what he's been for them this season since coming. I mean, I think they're like 18-6 since he joined the Cavs. Like, if they can just get him to kind of play his role, kind of like how we talked about with the Lakers earlier, where once the Lakers found their groove of knowing that Luka and Reeves are the 1 and 2 on that team, and LeBron fit nicely into that number 3, and LeBron wasn't trying to be a number 1 on that team, the Lakers really started to find a groove. If James Harden can know his role and know, look, hey, this is Donovan Mitchell's team and I'm just playing a role on it, then I do think that the Cavs could make a run. But they really need to, because I do think that is pressure on James Harden.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I think team wise though, still now it can cause a lot of change if this doesn't happen, which is that they don't go on a run. If, as we talked earlier with our guest, if the Cavs are an early exit, whether it's this series against the Raptors, I don't think it will be, or next series, whoever they may face, then maybe they do have to tear it down a little bit or move on for some certain pieces, bring in somebody. Our guest suggested maybe they just go all in next year and mortgage the future to try to be in the sweepstakes for someone like Giannis. I think team-wise, though, just because of expectation, you're right, there's conversation around Harden and the Cavs, but expectation, to me, it's got to be somebody like the Thunder or even the Spurs. And you might be like, why is it the Spurs? They're not like they're still young and all that. But I think the way they have performed against the Thunder has people thinking that maybe they could actually be the team that knocks off the Thunder, prevents the back-to-back repeat campaign. But the Thunder probably as a team have just a lot of pressure, because anytime you are coming off a championship in any sport, their expectations are just sky high. I mean, at bare minimum, if you're the Thunder, at bare minimum, conference finals, got to get there. But deep down, really, it's NBA finals or bust for the Thunder at this point.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the East, and you brought up the Spurs. The Spurs, to me, I feel like are one of the biggest wild cards in this playoffs, because they are, I think, arguably the second best team in the league, certainly in the West. But they're so young and they're so inexperienced. It makes me wonder what we'll see out of them in the playoffs. However, there is some sort of Wemby factor that I feel like we're not taking into consideration when we talk about the Spurs, because Wemby is one of those guys. He's got, to use an old internet slang, he's got that dog in him, man. Like there's something about him, man. Like he loves to compete. He's gotten so much better from year one to year two. You talk to, there's been multiple NBA coaches who have said the best player we played against this year was Victor Wembanyama. And I think it's because of, he just has this fight for him. You know, we talked about in weeks previous just what he brought to the All-Star game and what we thought was going to be non-competitive exhibition. He raised the level of play from the world team. I just think that he could potentially do that with the Spurs. It's funny. I keep going, even just now and talking about it, I keep going back and forth, because I want to believe in the Spurs. I want to see them go make a deep run, just because I want to see Wemby in the playoffs. But they are so young. I could very well see like a more experienced team come in and knock them off.
Well,
and then we don't even get them in the Western Conference Finals against the Thunder like we're all expecting.
I mean, they definitely have to go through a bit of the gauntlet, if you will, whereas the Thunder they're going to waltz into the conference finals based off of their track, barring some huge shock along the way, and who they have to go through. Whereas, heck, as we talked earlier, I mean, the Nuggets, let's not forget about them. They have to open up against Minnesota, or Minnesota has to open up against the Nuggets. The fact that that's an opening round matchup, that was a Timberwolves team that was just in the conference finals. And then, yes, the Spurs first round matchup's not a problem, but their path to get there is far more daunting than the Thunder. But I'm with you. I hope that's what we get. I mean, selfishly, just as a sports fan that doesn't have a dog in the fight, I'm certainly not a Spurs or Thunder fan. I don't have a team. In the Western Conference Finals, that's what I want to see. This is potentially the next, I should say, great NBA rivalry. There's already some bad blood that exists there between OKC and Wemby. We saw the regular season matchups play out that way. So hopefully we get two teams that are fully healthy. That's the Western Conference Final that I want. Sorry, Nuggets fans. But that would be great television. And I think it'd be great for the NBA. I mean, if you're saying what the league should want, the league should 1,000% want it to be Thunder Spurs in the Western Conference Finals.
Alex, you and I we do these shows from our respective markets, both of which, or I guess I should say neither of which has an NBA franchise. You are in Kansas City. I am in the city of Chicago, which you could very well argue does not have an NBA franchise. If you had to put a dog in the hunt, that the team that you are looking to root for, like rooting stake in, what team is that? What team are you hoping makes a deep run and that you would love to see win it all?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is the Spurs. Yeah, I mean, it really is. I think Victor Wembanyama is incredible to watch. Even as someone that grew up not being in an NBA market and having a team, the Spurs, of course, have been so good for much of my life. I always liked the Spurs. Going back to Tim Duncan and David Robinson, that was just a team that would, even Ginobili was just a team that was fun to watch. I also love their retro look that they have right now on the court. Like,
Yes.
It's so good. That is so good. So
did you see
the
shirts laid out for the? Did you see the shirts laid out in
the whole arena? It's so good.
Oh, it looks so good. Oh,
yeah. So that's probably my answer. You knew I was not going to answer a team like Philly or a team like Boston or somebody like that or the Knicks. I can't be in the Midwest guy. I got to be an East Coast hater. I can't be rooting for the Knicks or the Boston Celtics. So I'll go San Antonio if I have to pick somebody. OKC is the closest NBA team to me. That or Denver. Denver's about an 8-hour drive. OKC's less than that. So geographically, I should be answering the Thunder, but they won last year.
Yeah.
SGA is extremely likable, but I'll go with the Spurs.
Yeah, so if I had to pick one, I want to take a team from the East, but you're right. Like I would love to hop on the Magic bandwagon, but that's probably going to be over in 4 games. I was actually shocked that they beat the Hornets in the play-in and advanced out of the play-in tournament to make it into the dance. So I'm not going to pick the Magic, although I love their retro look too. Look, the 90s NBA fan in me, it's like the fact that we've got John Tesh back, we got the Magic look back, we got the Spurs look back. Like, I'm just like, I'm geeking over these playoffs. But I would take the Knicks, but I grew up a Pacers fan. And so I feel like that would just be sacrilegious for me to not to choose the Knicks and root for them. I do think they are going to make a run, and I think they're one of the best teams in the East, but I can't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the Magic, it got me thinking a little bit. We did just see them advance out of the play-in round. They looked the best they had in a very long time in that play-in round. The Magic. They get the Pistons, who we all know, Cade Cunningham, unfortunately, that's just terrible timing of everything for them, because they were at one point the favorites to come out of the Eastern Conference. And now with the Cade Cunningham situation, I don't know their chances. I actually think the Magic are going to give them more run of the money than people think. I really do. I know the series pricing is heavily in favor of the Pistons, and they're the favorites for a reason. But I think the Magic will surprise some people if they look anything like they just looked in the play-in round. That was the team that they showed, hey, we are capable of playing at that level that everybody thought they were going to play at heading into the preseason. Everybody was talking up the Magic at having a breakout type of season, and it didn't come together fully at times. That performance was like, okay, all right, something to keep an eye out on in this series against Detroit, which that game, what time does that one start tomorrow? I guess, is that the first game of the day? No, that's going to be around 6:30 tomorrow night, Magic Pistons on NBC/Peacock.
Yeah, I reserve the right to change my answer, but if the Magic do make it out of round 1, I will go fully on board the Magic bandwagon.
Okay.
I'll paint my face blue if need be. But otherwise, I need your help. So it's between the Nuggets. I love the Denver Nuggets. Seeing a game there at Ball Arena it's just an electric atmosphere. Nikola Jokic. How could you not like the Nuggets? But it's between them, or I got to shout out Zach Kroll again, our EP.
Yeah.
The Cavs. I'm between the Cavs and the Nuggets. Help me pick the rooting interest for this playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the Cavs part, the James Harden angle would make it fun. So as much as I talked about, I don't see it happening. I will say, just me, the sports fan, the same way we talk about wanting to see if LeBron can carry the Lakers without Luka in this opening round against the Rockets. I do want to see is James Harden capable of doing something we've not seen him do in his career, something that Chris Paul wasn't able to do in his career, right? Like that's the kind of stuff that I, as a sports fan, love to see, the history aspect of it a little bit, and nobody thinking you can do something and you shut everybody up. So yeah, I think in that scenario, I would say go with Cleveland. But if you want to pick the side that's going to have a better chance of actually winning it all, I still think if the Nuggets get through Minnesota, so much talk, including us just a few minutes ago, about the Spurs and the Thunder. let's not forget there's a great chance still somehow we end up with the Nuggets and Thunder in the Western Conference Final.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. I think, yeah, I think I think it might actually be more likely that we get Nuggets Thunder than we get Spurs Thunder, just because it's such a question mark with how young the Spurs are. But yeah. Wemby said, quote, "We don't have experience, right? Screw it. We're still going to play 100% and try to win this championship. Screw it." He hit 2 screw it's in one quote. That to me tells me this dude is locked in and ready to go for his first run in the playoffs. I think they're great. After February 1st, the Spurs went 28-2 when Wemby played. So they're a force, man. I just like they're the only team to have the Thunder's number this year, beating them in 4 out of 5 games.
True.
And that was part of Wemby's argument for why he should be in the MVP running, or his argument for MVP. So, yeah, I love the Spurs, but since you took them, you take the Spurs. I'll take the Nuggets unless the Magic advance out of the first round. Then I'm switching allegiances.
Spurs have a very soft entry into the postseason. Good for them. They will take on the Trailblazers tomorrow night. They're 10.5-point favorites in that game. 9:00 tip-off on NBC tomorrow night for Spurs Trailblazers. All right, coming up next, let's get to Austin's favorite thing as we learned today. Let's check in on a couple mock drafts from the top experts in the game and how we can see the top 5 and top 10 going. We'll do that next.
breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Back here on BetMGM Game Day, taking a look at the first game of the day in the NBA. Just a little score update right now in Cleveland. It's reached halftime between the Cavs and the Raptors. First round action in the East. Cavs up 61-54 on Toronto. So far, leading scorer in the game, James Harden, 15 points out of the gate, 5 of 10 from the field, 3 of 5 from three-point range. We got another game that tips off, what are we, about an hour or so away? Is that right? If I have about an hour or so away from Timberwolves and Nuggets. Then Hawks, Knicks around 6 Eastern. And then at 8:30 tonight, Rockets, Lakers. LeBron James trying to see if he can't carry the Lakers past the first round and at least open up a possibility of Luka returning. If you listen to the show earlier today, you do the list in the first hour. Every week we do the list, and Austin added mock draft guy to the list.
Yeah.
The guy that does a million mock drafts, that tells us about his mock drafts, all of it. So let's talk some mock drafts. I figured you were going to sit out this segment. Yeah. I figured you wouldn't be part of it.
I'm gonna go find something else to do for the next 15 minutes. Go
do a mock draft. Come back. I'll talk about mocks.
I think what I'll do is I'll go bang my head against the wall. Maybe try and give myself paper cuts in between my fingers. Just anything that would be more enjoyable than talking mock drafts. And look, it's not that I don't love the draft. I do love the draft. I just think that mock drafts, and I don't even mind like Mel Kipers of the world, the Todd McShays. They do this for a living. That is their job. I hate it when David 019267813 on Twitter is tweeting out his mock draft and how he thinks he nailed it with his latest mock draft. I think mock draft culture has gotten too accessible for the Joe Schmoes of the world. It shouldn't be, mock draft websites shouldn't be like social media sites where just anyone can sign up and do them. I think it's gotten too ridiculous. And I'm just...
Again, like I agree with you for the most part. Like I have a few people that will send me their mock draft weekly, and admittedly I don't need that. So I'm not totally
right.
anti what you're saying, but at the same time, it sounds like you're gatekeeping a little bit here. You know, you're gatekeeping. Only the experts can actually do it. You know, Brian, the fan of the Jets, is not allowed to have fun and pretend he's the GM.
Yes.
We do this in, fantasy football dynasty leagues and everything. I don't, again, there's part of it I understand what you're saying. There's another part I'm like, you know what? It's good for the NFL. People like the draft more because people like being correct and want to say that they mocked this guy to that team and it was right. There's draft contests. We can bet over at BetMGM on who's going to go 5th overall or 10th overall. I mean, this is all why we got 700,000 people that are going to be in Pittsburgh when I'm there next week. I mean, the crowds are amazing, as you know, for the draft. It was amazing in Chicago and your neck of the woods. I mean, these draft sites are unbelievable now.
Yeah, some gates need to be kept, and I'm 100% gatekeeping when it comes to this. I don't care what my neighbor Brad thinks about what the Browns are going to do at 6. I just don't. Mel Kiper, sure, he does it for a living. He spends year round. In fact, I'm pretty sure Mel Kiper, he looks like a vampire. He probably sleeps in a coffin. He only comes out once a year, only not on Halloween. He comes out on draft night and lets us know, okay, this is what I think about this player. This is what I think about that player. Todd McShay kind of did the same thing. If they want to live year round for their moment, let's let them have their moment. Let's not try and steal any of their sunshine with our dumb mock drafts. And when you look at their mock drafts, like there's a lot of similarities in both. They're both like, it seems
groupthink for sure.
Especially for those two, that they tend to be on the same page, at least for the first handful of picks. And it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where it's like, yeah, we all kind of agree how this draft is going to play out. Maybe give or take, interchange a name or two here or there. And for me, it was, when we went over this earlier in the show of what is the team that is like going to kind of be the one to kind of be the first to change things up, whether it be with a trade or with a crazy pick. Everyone has the Titans taking Jeremiah Love at 4, but I could very easily see them go with one of these talented edge rushers, especially if one falls to them. It's not a foregone conclusion that they're going to go Love at number 4.
No, not at all. No, not at all. And Robert Saleh is your head coach, so it would not be shocking if he says, "Screw it, I'm going to go get my stud on defense, and let's go and have a pretty dominant defensive front," which is what they might be building if, in fact, they do spend a pick. Now, I will go through and say here, for example, Mel Kiper, who's been doing this, forever. He has Mendoza 1, Bailey 2 to the Jets. Cardinals going Arvell Reese at 3. Titans going Love. Downs 5 to the Giants. The Cowboys trading up with the Browns. Remember, we talked about this earlier with our guest from the fan in Cleveland, which is that the Browns have been linked to trading back. Like, they want to trade back. So he has the Cowboys going up. The Cowboys don't get an edge rusher. They go up and get Sonny Styles. Commanders draft Carnell Tate. They do not trade back. Saints go Reuben Bain. Chiefs go Jordan Tyson, the wide receiver that just had his workout yesterday and apparently impressed a lot of people. And then the Bengals go corner Mansour Delane, who Emery Hunt, our guest that joined us last hour, said is his number 1 corner in the draft. And then, if you compare it overall to Todd McShay, there are some differences there. Now, they both McShay and Todd and Mel Kiper have the Chiefs taking Jordan Tyson. They both have, I guess, David Bailey going to the Jets at this point.
Yeah, it's almost similar. Yeah, they have the McShay, I believe, has the Saints trading up with the Cardinals, but still taking Arvell Reese in that 3rd spot. So it's Mendoza, Bailey, Reese, Love. The same 4, at least names, not necessarily teams, but same names going in that order. And then really it's kind of similar. They both have Jordan Tyson going to the Chiefs at 9, and Sonny Styles going to the Cowboys, trading up with the Browns at 6. So I still kind of stand by this. I'm not on the Brett Veach train of that. There's going to be a number of trades in the first round, and it's going to be an exciting draft to watch for fans. I'm not buying into all that. It's smokescreen season for a reason. People, keep your head on a swivel. Don't buy into everything that you read, all the reports that you see. But I do think there is going to be a team, especially in this top 10, because this top 10, aside from the Chiefs, you look at the teams in the top 10 and it's a who's who of stank, right? These are the teams that are traditionally here in the top 10. Like, they are the top 10 house band. They are always playing here, and the Cardinals, Titans, Raiders, Jets, like that right there. The top 4 is like literally, that's a who's who of who's picking at the top of the draft every single year. So I think that one of those teams is going to go completely off of or McShay, anyone's mock draft board, and they're going to go with a name that's like, wait, what? I legitimately think that this draft is going to have a wait, what moment, and it's going to be by one of these teams. The Browns are too. I mean, the Browns, like in both of their mocks, they have the Browns trading down with the Cowboys, but the Browns are another team that very easily could be one of those wait, what teams.
I think we're getting at least 2 trades in the top 10. At least I know. I would be surprised if we don't get more. I think 2. I think 1 is a guarantee. Like, it just like every year, just 1 is a guarantee in the top 10. I think 2, as many as 3 trades in the top 10 are possible because, I mean, heck, 1, you just look at these mocks and they make sense. I think the Browns very, very likely end up trading their pick. If they don't trade with somebody, the Cowboys, I think there's too much noise for them not to trade in the top 10 at this point. So is that 1 trade or 2 trades? We'll see. And then I do think, even somebody within that grouping, that is really in love with the defensive lineman that's picking 8, 9, or 10. So that would be the Saints, Chiefs, or Bengals. Maybe they say, we got to go get our guy, and they're willing to move up 5 spots, and they've got draft capital to do it. I don't think that's smart for a couple of the teams to do that. But that's something that could absolutely happen when you have, I think, a clear drop off after Reese, Bailey, and Bain and the pass rushing market of this draft. The name that could go way earlier than any of us think. I really think last week we were talking about, the movers, if you will, on potentially draft boards. Kendrick Falk, the defensive lineman, I think there's a chance that at one point he was a late second round or late first rounder. I'm sorry. I think there's a chance he ends up going as high as like 13, 15, maybe even higher than that, and is a big, everybody's be sitting there at their draft party like, oh my gosh, what is so and so? What team? What are they doing? And like, no, that player just was a big riser, and then we're all going to be sitting there, and there will be another player that we all thought was going 9 guaranteed, and he's still on the board at 17.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. And I don't sleep on some of these wide receiver names too. I feel like the Mekhi Lemons, the Denzel Bostons of the worlds, like I do feel like there's going to be someone that sees something in one of these guys and going to jump up to get them, I mean, I know this story very well because it's talked about a lot amongst the fans of the Titans. But when the Titans, I believe they traded up or maybe they just picked Kevin Dyson in, I believe is the 97 NFL draft. And it was 3 spots before a guy by the name of Randy Moss went off the board.
I think I've heard of him. I've heard of him.
Yeah. Have you heard of him? Yeah, you see, he ended up having a pretty good career. They end up and furthermore, the Titans, that has been like a position of need for just about the entire existence of a franchise.
You know what? You can play that game.
To have been able
you can
to
play that
that
game
position.
though with every pick. I mean, I'm sure there's anybody listening or watching with whoever you guys root for, whatever
that has one.
Is. Yeah, I mean, like I can name you a few here in Kansas City. They drafted Clyde Edwards-Helaire when Jonathan Taylor was still on the board. Whoops. They drafted McCole Hardman instead of DK Metcalf. I mean, every team has these. I mean, everybody missed on Puka, right? Puka was the hell. The Rams had 3 first-round picks, I think, the year they drafted Puka, and he wasn't even their first 5th-round pick. Like, there's this stuff happens all the time.
I'll tell you the one here in Chicago. The most famous one is the Chicago Bears decided to draft a guy by the name of Mitchell Trubisky, just a few picks ahead of what's his name? Oh yeah, 3-time Super Bowl winning champion Patrick Mahomes. So
yeah,
that one, which I mean, I'll be honest too. I mean, going back in time in the vaults while we're here, when the Chiefs traded up for Patrick Mahomes, I was shocked by that move, and honestly, I kind of clowned it at the time because I'm like, you go and get a Texas Tech quarterback who never won the Big 12 when he was there. Like he was a fine quarterback, put up big numbers, but like he was kind of like just a slightly above 500 winning quarterback. I was shocked that they went out and got him. They do, especially having Alex Smith at the time. You're like, what are they doing? And then, sure enough, I mean, again, that was my Lady Gaga is never going to be a big star moment that I always talk about. Like I was wrong naturally, but I think, what were you thinking at that time?
So when they were announced that they were trading up, I knew it was for a quarterback, but admittedly, everybody in the room I was at the time thought they were trading up for Deshaun Watson. Like that was the thought. Oh wow, they're going up to get Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Thank goodness, of course, they chose
right,
for a variety of reasons. But yeah,
for a number of reasons.
That was the surprising part of it. Like they were clearly trading up for a quarterback. And remember, that was a franchise. The Chiefs hadn't drafted a quarterback in the first round since Todd Blackledge, so they were afraid to draft one after that mess. But yeah, there's someone listening that's in Tampa Bay that has a story. There's someone listening in New Orleans that knows, oh my gosh, can you believe we drafted that? That's also kind of the fun. I mean, I guess it sucks for if you're on the wrong side of it, but the fun of the draft, because we all know we're going to look back at this year's draft in 2 or 3 years and say, oh my gosh, they picked him at 8 and at 11. This guy's going to be a future All-Pro throughout his entire career. What the hell were you thinking? You picked the wrong wide receiver. Jordan Tyson's Justin Jefferson. Carnell Tate is just an average guy, or whatever. Whatever the combination is. That's going to happen. Happens every year, and that's why the GMs get paid to get it right. It's a results-based business. There will be guys that lose their job based off of this year's draft.
Well, and another thing that we tend to do is we overhype the first round when really I think some of the biggest stars in football come out in the second round. So the Friday night of draft night now is, to me, the most important night of the entire draft, because that second round there are some massive names that get called out on that night that you maybe don't think twice of, like when their name is actually called out. But if you go back and look at round 2 of drafts in years past, dating back like the last 10 years or so, there's some massive names in that round too. So it really isn't just, and that's why NFL GMs talk about the importance of gathering picks in the top 100, right? Because you want to get as many picks as possible, so that way you have more darts to throw against the wall.
We'll find out on Thursday night in Pittsburgh. And before we get out of here, we'll give our final predictions on some of these players and where they'll go. We'll take a look at the betting markets again. Up next, though, I do want to keep talking NFL. We had some uniform news, maybe some controversy in the nation's capital around some of their changes. And I also have to run a scenario by Austin, a text I got from someone, and it relates to sports and one of the greatest of all time. I'll promise you that on the other side here on Westwood One Sports.
lines and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you on a Saturday. Don't forget our friends over at BetMGM making it easy for you to get in on the action. When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your Odds Boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM, and the second half of that Cavs Raptors playoff game has tipped off, and the Cavs have opened up an 82-60 lead on the Raptors. What was a very close first half, it has gotten ugly there. The Cavs in control with 5:37 to go in the third quarter, and so that thing turned in a hurry, to say the least. All of a sudden in the second half, and a lot of that was from the core that you would expect there with Mobley, Harden, and Mitchell. 14, 15, 17, respectively, for Cleveland. Looking impressive against the Raptors in game one.
Shooting nearly 55%, almost shooting 50% from three. And look, if they can get 25 each out of Harden and Mitchell, the Cavs will be tough to beat. But that's a big if you can get that from both those guys on a night in, night out basis in the playoffs.
Cavs were minus 500 favorites, or minus 500 favorites to win the series, by the way. Not a bettable price by any means, but we're starting to see them, at least in game one, exert their dominance over the Raptors. I mentioned before the break, you were talking about athletes and famous players a couple of segments ago, and so I have a Discord group of sports bettors in Kansas City that I'm part of, that I run. And so last night at like 9:30 at night, I get a message and people are posting in the Discord. And I don't know if you're aware, but this weekend, the NASCAR race on Sunday is in Kansas. It's at Kansas Speedway, which is, I don't know, from where I'm sitting right now, 30-minute drive, maybe I would say. And I don't follow NASCAR that closely by any means. I've been to one race in my life, not my thing. And I still am well aware, though, that Michael Jordan has been just kicking ass as an owner of a NASCAR team. Like, just ridiculous. And he loves it. He's all in. Like, he does more interviews about that than he does anything basketball related these days. Anyway, I knew he would be in town. Like, he's obviously in town. His team's got Bubba Wallace, et cetera, racing on Sunday. And there's, next to the racetrack, there's a casino, like, right across the street. So in my betting Discord channel full of degenerates, okay, all of a sudden blows up last night. People saying, he's here right now. You got to get here. He's here right now. He's in the high limit room. He's in the high. They just dropped the curtains. Michael Jordan's here, and they're like, you got to make it out here. I did not, by the way, because I'm like, I'm not going to see the guy anyway. What am I going to? I'm going to drive all the way out to the casino. My question for you is, should I have driven to the casino, or should I go back to the casino tonight to see if MJ is going to be there? This might be my only chance to interact with Michael Jordan. Now, the problem is he's at the high limit table, so I'm not getting there. I work in radio, so I'm not going to the high limit room. They're not going to let me in there anyway.
Yeah. I'll say this. You're coming to the wrong guy to ask this question, because the answer to all of your questions is yes. Yes, you should have gone last night. Yes, you should go tonight. Yes, yes, yes. You know why, Alex? We work in radio, okay? And basically our entire lives are made of sharing stories on the air and experiences and moments, and no good story starts by going to bed at 10 p.m. No, you gotta go out for the nightcap. You got to get the extra drink. You got to stay. If the drummer of a band invites you out for beers after the show, you say yes always. I was taught that by a PD here from XRT.
Oh, I think if I was invited, I'm with you. The problem is he's not going to want anything to do with me.
Well, that's look, that we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, okay? But you always say yes. Always say yes, because it leads to moments that you never truly know who you're going to meet, what you're going to do, what can happen in your life. And you as a single guy too, like, you got to take advantage of that now before you have kids, before you do anything. Because there are a lot of times that I want to say yes, but I am legally cannot, because I have two girls under the age of 4 at home that I have to get back to. But I just say yes for as much as you can while you still can.
Yeah, I look, if I get another message today confirming he's there, I might have to drive out there
You
just
have
to be
to.
in the state,
Yes.
just to see. Maybe he happens to walk out of the high limit room and I snap a photo or something. I mean, he's not the fact that they dropped the curtains is probably smart. People would have been standing. I would pay a lot of money to sit there and just not just watch him play blackjack.
Yeah.
And that would be
Yes.
amazing
Right.
just to watch
Yeah,
him play.
I'd almost want to watch him play blackjack more than I'd want to see him shoot free throws, right? Like I think
Right.
seeing him
Yeah.
it's certainly worth more than seeing him in a Wizards uniform for sure. But like I would definitely want to see Michael Jordan do the second best thing that he is good at, which is gambling. I don't know if he's good at it necessarily because he has lost a lot of money, but I would love to just sit there and watch it. Alex Gold on Twitter, I'm turning the notifications for your tweets on, and you better update if anything goes down with that tonight. We have got to know.
I trust me, the group chat. I will make sure the entire show, our crew, and everybody knows. If I head out there and I get a photo, certainly. I mean, I can look. If I got a photo with Michael Jordan, I can promise you that's going on the IG. That's going on future dating profile.
For sure.
That's going everywhere. Yeah,
yeah.
Yes, I'll make sure that
as it should.
that we work that in. So we'll see. We'll see if that happens. Max, our video producer, says we'll air the photo on the show next week. Oh, for sure.
Yes,
absolutely. The next time we have the show, we definitely would do that. So
in fact, that might be the only thing we put on the air next week. Like we just put the photo up for 5 hours, and we all just look at it.
Yeah. Look, I'm in Pittsburgh for the draft next week, so I'm not on the show next week. You guys can just have the photo of me and MJ the whole show just up in the corner since I won't be here.
It's gonna be
just
Googling and oogly eyes at it, just like, wow, can you believe he actually did it? That SOB did it.
That's right. I do want to briefly talk about some uniforms for a second. I'm sure you saw. The Ravens announced some new uniforms. The Commanders announced some new/old uniforms, which I actually love them. Let's start, though, with Baltimore. They have these. We'll put up on the screen if you're watching on YouTube and in Twitch. What do you make of these? Again, it's not a drastic change for Baltimore. Of course, it's the same color scheme. It looks very Oregon to me. Does it not? Around the neck with the, what are they calling those? The pattern there. That very Oregon is what I would say. The Raven Wings is what they're calling it. I like the midnight purple look that they're doing with the way the jersey numbers are. Actually, I need to see it in like live action on my television, but it definitely has more of a college Oregon cooler vibe to it.
Yeah, the thing that the NFL is doing, and a lot of teams are kind of doing this, like it's the same uniforms, but just like kind of made simpler or just small tweaks to it. It's like when Facebook dropped their when Facebook was known as the Facebook, and you had Justin Timberlake stroll into dinner and say, "Drop the it's cleaner." Like that's just essentially what we're doing with this year's like uniform reveals. And I will say this: the Ravens hyped up their uniform reveal like it was going to be this grandiose change to their look, and it really wasn't. The only thing they added something that the Rams took away, and I was so glad that the Rams took away because I think it's the dumbest trend in sports, and that is the reflective outline of the numbers.
Yeah.
Like unless these guys are planning on going on nighttime jogs wearing these things, I don't think you need the reflections in these numbers. I think that's one of the ugliest, stupidest trends in uniforms, and it's so dumb, in fact, that the Rams were like, you know what? 2 years into these reflective numbers, we're going to take them away and just reveal all new ones.
Yeah, so I always like the matte black helmet. I don't care what sport, obviously football. What team, what organization or anything like that. But I'm a big fan of those overall. I know we're running out of time, but briefly we can put the new Commanders/old Commanders unis up on the screen too. I think the fact that they're trying to, as close as possible, appease fans that love the old school look. Good on ownership because this is as close as they're ever going to get. Like they're not going back to the Washington Redskins, but this is close. Like they're calling it their Hail Razor uniform, where it's still got the Washington, the W, but with an arrow right through it. I think it's slick, and I think it appeases a lot of the Commanders fans that were really upset that they went away from, of course, the old Redskins uni.
We were talking earlier about how the NBA is leaning hard into the nostalgia with the Spurs and other teams, like going back to like old looks and everything like that. The NFL's doing the exact same thing. I mean, the Titans earlier, they're now the Oilers. Essentially.
That's true.
You got the Commanders now being the Command Skins. Basically, it's literally like what's old is new again in the NFL. It's kind of wild.
Up next, let's check back in on the NBA. Not only an update, but another game tipping off in about a half hour. And let's go through the Sunday slate next here on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Final hour for us today on BetMGM Gameday. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Hope you guys are having a great Saturday. Thanks for joining us. Again, multiple ways to join in on the show. You can call or text 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. You can also interact on YouTube and Twitch. Just search BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen on the Westwood One Sports app, Odyssey.com. And over on SiriusXM channel 375. About a minute to go in the third quarter. First playoff game of the day. Raptors, Cavs, Cleveland up 89-74 on Toronto. We are a half hour away from the second game of the day. That's Western Conference action, first round. Timberwolves, Nuggets could be a really close, compelling series. We shall see. A lot of pressure, I think, on Anthony Edwards and company there. Then at 6 o'clock, it is the Hawks and the Knicks. And then the late game tonight, where I want to start actually this hour, Rockets, Lakers, 8:30 Eastern time over on ABC. That, of course, is LeBron James versus Kevin Durant, which that in its own right makes it must watch. But also it's whether or not this is the last playoff series or last playoff run for LeBron. Can he do enough to carry this Lakers team through the first round to maybe give yourself a shot at getting Luka back? Now, there's no guarantee that even happens, that Luka would be available in the second round, but at least it keeps the possibility there. The Lakers are 4.5-point underdogs. I believe when we started our show today, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, maybe Zach, our executive producer, I believe the Lakers were 5.5-point underdogs when the show started. So I think we've had some live movement, and I believe people are putting in money on the Lakers, and that goes with kind of what I was saying to start the show, which is if the Lakers are going to get the Rockets in game one or in the series, it's going to be in game one. You know, I think, Austin, this is the spot. Aggressive defense, fresh energy, all of that. Maybe the Lakers don't win the series, but if they're going to get them, it's tonight. I like them at plus 5.5. I don't like seeing the line go down a little bit, but it sounds like it scares me a bit. It feels like everybody's thinking the same thing about the Lakers having a shot tonight.
Yeah, it's a good point too. Like, and honestly, I think if you're the Rockets, like you want to jump out to that quick lead, because if you give the Lakers any sort of ground, as battled as they are right now, it's kind of like seeing Tiger in his Sunday red, right? Is like seeing LeBron in the playoffs. Like, you don't want to give him any ground. Like, you have to take a jump out to an early lead. Otherwise, like, you're going to be feeling that pressure because you are going up against arguably the greatest of all time, if not the second greatest player in the history of the NBA. Like, you do have to jump out to an early lead. I think it's very important, and show them that, like, oh, hey, you guys don't have what it takes with Luka and Austin Reeves out. Like, you really do kind of, it sends a message, if anything, for what the Rockets could do. But with Luka and Austin Reeves out, LeBron has done quietly a very good job of reclaiming that number one role. He's averaged 25 points, 11 assists, and 6.8 rebounds to finish the season with the Lakers' two best players out. So can LeBron be the guy? That's kind of the question we're all asking, and what we're really anxious to see. I think it's one of the most intriguing matchups of the first round is, can LeBron slip into vintage LeBron and put a team on his back? He's done it before. He's done it a number of times before.
Of course.
More so earlier in his career before Miami. Like, he put a lot of those Cavs teams on his back and dragged, the Anderson Varejãos of the league, and the Shaquille O'Neal, the no-name guys that were on his on those early Cavs teams. He was the guy, but that was an eternity ago. And like that's
he's 41 now.
Hyperbolic in saying, right? Exactly. Like, that was when I was in college. So that right there should tell you, like, it's been a minute since then. Does he have any ounce of that juice left in the tank? Is the biggest question. Regardless, I think we should all, as basketball fans, just be grateful that we get to see LeBron and KD in the playoffs for what maybe is the final time. Well, only time will tell there.
Definitely could be the last chance for that. There's a reason this one is late on a Saturday, and it's the only game on network television, right? I mean, the other games are all on Prime today. That's not by accident. I think everybody knows what potentially we could be watching, and again, I think the formula is kind of clear for the series. One, it's game one tonight, but also the last two times they played the Rockets, they were ultra aggressive on defense. They caused some problems for Houston. That has to be the case again. LeBron probably at bare minimum, has to score 30 plus. And that's plus money, by the way, over on BetMGM if you want to just bet that to be the case, whether they win or not, just LeBron to score 30 plus. I think that's part of it. And this cannot, the total is 208.5. This cannot be a high scoring game for the Lakers to win. You know, the Lakers this cannot be a 117 game. If that's the case, then the Rockets are guaranteed to win, in my opinion. Like, this has to be 98, 102, 105, 98, 105. Like, it has to be in that range. I don't think you want to get into anything more than that. Where's the firepower coming from offensively? So it has to be a much better defensive performance for the Lakers. I do like them tonight. I said plus 5.5, now down to 4.5. They're plus 170 on the money line. I just think there's a chance they will wear down as the series continues. But tonight, at least give us something here, LeBron, on game one, and see if we can't make this a very interesting series.
Yeah, and I think the Rockets missing both Van Fleet and Steven Adams is big for them. And Kevin Durant is questionable. Do we have an update on him? I know he was questionable. I think he's going to play, right?
Yeah, I'll see if I can.
He was questionable kind of this week for that, for at least for the first game. I imagine he would play. I think that's just kind of one of those things where
right
it's like,
knee
contusion,
contusion
on the injury list. Right. So I think that's a huge proponent, especially with Van Fleet and Steven Adams out. So I don't know. It's interesting to see, but
my guess is he's playing tonight.
Right. That's okay. I haven't seen anything hint at otherwise. Just everyone has been talking about he's questionable. I guess we'll find out tonight.
He banged his knee with a teammate. He banged his knee with a teammate during practice on Thursday. As the report, it looks like they're still optimistic. This was according to ESPN. So more of a knee contusion type situation. So he's got a slight bruise. They got to list it on the report.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I will be locked in for that matchup. Just
I'm excited for this one
for many reasons, but really the LeBron factor. I want to see him do it. I think the comparison I used at the top of the show was it's that scene in Spider-Man when Tobey Maguire is shooting off the webs and he's trying to stop that train from falling off the bridge. Like, LeBron just has to hold on for dear life until the cavalry can come, until Luka and Austin Reeves can get healthy. And we don't even know if that is in the next round. It may be in 2 rounds, but
true.
I'm hoping it's in the next round. So then we can, they can kind of, LeBron's just buying time for the Avengers to assemble. And then when they do, look out because they were one of the hottest teams in the second half of the season when the 3 of them kind of figured out what it was that they were doing. And once LeBron kind of took that backseat role to those guys, then they really started to gel. And I said, I thought that the Lakers could Leroy Jenkins the playoffs and just run in and we all think that the playoffs are going to go one way. Well, the Lakers were that wild card, that oddball team that could have just disrupted everything. But now when it's just LeBron, it's like, can he hold on long enough just to get them to the point where they can, for the Avengers to assemble? And we'll, I guess only time will tell. I can't wait to tune in.
Coming up in about 10 minutes or so, by the way, we're going to be joined by Ryan Ward to talk more about the Lakers, the postseason. He's a publisher, reporter for the Lakers on Sports Illustrated. So we'll definitely get into that a lot more with him, bigger picture, the future of the Lakers, all that coming up in just a bit. How about Sunday? We haven't really talked a ton about Sunday's games. I know earlier we went through game by game on the Saturday slate. Is there a game that has your attention there? It opens up tomorrow with the 76ers and Celtics. Boston, a big 12.5 point favorite. Then we saw the Suns take care of business to end the season and maybe to end the Steve Kerr era. We'll see in Golden State. They take on the Thunder at 3:30. Magic Pistons, we briefly touched on that. I think the Magic can be more competitive in that series maybe than some people think. And then the late game tomorrow, it's Wemby. It's the Spurs with a first-round game, big-time favorites against the Portland Trailblazers. Is there one that stands out to you for tomorrow?
I'm excited to see Wemby in his first playoffs, but that's not necessarily the matchup that I'm most excited for Sunday slate. I think really the most exciting game for me, or the one I guess I'm most curious with, is Celtics Sixers, just because I mean it sucks that we're sans Joel Embiid, but I do think that I like just like the traditional matchup of the Sixers and Celtics. I was kind of excited to see the Sixers advance out of the play-in to get that matchup. I don't think it's going to be close. I think the Celtics win, and I'm going to say 5 as Spencer
here we
Jordan
go.
from Cleveland said. I'm going to say 5 because I'm too scared for. I thought that was a great take, but yeah. So I guess really of tomorrow's games, that's probably the one I'm most intrigued for. But really, I think if we're going Saturday versus Sunday, today's slate I think is head and shoulders above tomorrow's slate.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I think that's fair. I'd agree with that. The one game tomorrow that has my attention only because I was impressed with what I saw, albeit play-in game, okay? But the Magic Pistons series, with unfortunately the Cade Cunningham situation, the Pistons are, of course, a little bit more vulnerable. They're still significant favorites to win that series at -500, the Magic plus 375. I'll be honest, it's not as if I have a bet on the Magic to win the series. I just think they can be more competitive. So when I see a Orlando team getting 8.5 points in this game tomorrow against the Pistons, like that's a bet that I kind of like. I think this is one of those that goes a little bit further. Maybe I'll be way off, but the Magic that we thought we were going to see much of the year, I thought it came together a little bit here. But 8.5 points, that's a lot and a half points, or a lot of points to not take the Orlando Magic in my opinion. So I like Orlando there.
No, you're right. It is a lot and a half points. Like it is, like it's more than a lot.
A lot and a half, man.
Right. No, it is. And are you talking, and when you say Magic, you're talking about my potential Magic? Because if they make it out of your
squad.
Almost. If they make it out of the first round, I said I'm fully jumping in. I'll paint my face blue. I will go all in on the Magic. It's a big if, but because Detroit is still very good, even with Cade Cunningham injury and everything. Detroit is still very good. They are the 1 seed for a reason, and the Magic have been, in my opinion, I was actually surprised they made it out of the play-in tournament. I was surprised they made it to Friday of the play-in tournament. And so I think that the Magic will be. I just don't think they have the firepower to get out of the first round. But if they do, I'm leaning all in. I may even get a jersey. I will. I will go all in on Orlando Magic. And later this year, my family, with the 2 little ones, we're planning a trip to Disney. So, maybe this Orlando run could go even deeper than that.
I mean,
yeah.
Now, well, you better start hitting some bets if you're taking the family to Disney World. I mean, my goodness, you better. Yeah, man, oh man.
I may have to
borrow
some money
on that trip, man.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, your Magic.
You know what? I'm gonna put a future on the Magic to win it all, and then if that pays out, then yeah, hey kids, we're going to Disney World.
You might need, park pass just to pay the park passes. I mean, you might need to make a couple bets just to handle that, and then you got to do the line jumping passes. That breakfast with Mickey Mouse is going to cost you about $400. So.
Well, do you see that it is now officially cheaper to fly to Japan and go to Walt Disney World, Japan, than it is to go domestically here at Walt Disney World in Florida?
I did not know that. Holy! I've gone twice in my life.
Prices have gotten.
I mean, it's something that I think every kid, should experience. Of course, it's outrageous, and I understand that it's not feasible for a lot of people because it is so expensive. But man, it really is the happiest place on earth. It's amazing. It's so great, but man.
With how expensive it is, to get into Disney World, you would think Taylor Swift had a residency there, right? Like that's how expensive it has gotten to go to Disney World. When the Eras Tour was going around and people were flying to Paris just to see her because it was cheaper to go here stateside, like what is going on? America? Come on. Why? Are you wanting to export our business to other countries just because it's cheaper to do things there? Like, let's go.
I will say you got to go to the OG though. Disney World's definitely the play. I've been to Disneyland and World. Each have a little bit different depending on what you're looking for, but I think you got to go to the OG. You got to go to Magic Kingdom at Disney World and do the whole thing. So that's cool. Your kids are gonna love that, man. Just again, you might have to just take out a second mortgage on the way. But yeah.
I'll be hosting not only BetMGM Game Day, I'll be doing BetMGM tonight. I'll be taking up shifts on Westwood One Sports anywhere I can find them just to help fund that trip.
Yeah, no question about it. All right, let's keep talking some NBA though and focus back in on the Lakers and Rockets series. Also, what could LeBron James's future look like? Ryan Ward from SI going to join us next here on BetMGM Game Day.
your edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Back here on Westwood One Sports, Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you. Don't forget this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Austin Huff. You can watch the show on YouTube or Twitch. Search BetMGM tonight. We're keeping the NBA theme going this hour as the postseason game number 2 of the day starts up here in 10 minutes or so. It looks like in game number 1, at least, the Cleveland Cavaliers in full control. 113-93 lead on the Raptors. 6:40 to go there. Timberwolves Nuggets going to tip off here shortly. Then we got the Hawks Knicks, and then a game we started talking about already, the Rockets and Lakers, 8:30 tip-off on ABC. To talk more about the Lakers in this NBA postseason, glad to welcome in Ryan Ward, publisher, reporter for Lakers on SI. Ryan, great to have you on the show. I think, obviously, everybody's talking about this series through the lens of, can LeBron do enough to give him a shot to maybe get Luka or somebody else back in the postseason? What kind of chance do you give them, just simply put, for this series heading in against the Rockets?
Well, I mean, before last night's news about Kevin Durant, which came out of nowhere, I would have said not much chance at all. Like, maybe if things go right and the role players kind of step up and LeBron does what LeBron can do, take it to 6 games, right? Maybe get Luka back, maybe get Reeves back, or one or the other, right? But now with this Kevin Durant thing, I'm super curious to see how bad it is, because I got a lot of heat because I put a video out like right after it happened, and I said like, well, this is news, right? I mean, questionable is not something, because they could easily just say probable, right? And then
right,
not something serious. But and I said the example is it's a knee contusion, right? So Marcus Smart had a right ankle contusion that kept him out for 9 games. And that's, it's on his knee. So I just don't know. And I'm like refreshing the NBA injury report like every 15 minutes just to see if there's an update, and there still hasn't been one. So I'm guessing it's going to be a game time decision. So I think it all weighs on that now, to be honest.
Oh, having some technical difficulties with Austin's microphone. While we get that corrected, I was going to say, just for LeBron, though, in the sense around him and his ability to kind of get this team to rally around him moving forward. I know the KD part, I understand that, but just we've seen LeBron carry teams before, but he's 41 years old. I mean, what do you think the expectation should be for him? We were saying at bare minimum, it's got to be 30-plus point performances throughout this entire series. And I think they're going to have to play that aggressive defense we saw in the prior 2 matchups against the Rockets.
Definitely. I mean, you hit the nail on the head there. I do think the one LeBron, we've seen it. LeBron can still do it at 41, right? It's just, can he do that in a 7-game series? We've seen him do it one game, and then, maybe 2 games later he does it again, or a week later or whatever. But I think the interesting part is Luke Kennard. Once Reeves and Doncic went down, JJ turned to Luke Kennard to start being like kind of a primary ball handler. And I was like, okay, they're screwed. But then I watched it and I was like, this guy can ball. I mean, he's got skills beyond just shooting, right? He can handle it. He can pass. He can even rebound. And I was like, if you get this kind of consistent play out of him where he's doing a lot of different things, maybe. And then Marcus Smart coming back is a good thing too, obviously. You might be okay. I'm not saying that they're going to – it's a stretch to pull off this upset. It really is. So many things have to go right and so many things can't go wrong. But I do think there's a fighting chance. I really do. And like you said, I think if they play the way they've been playing defense lately, just giving no guys any room, switching well and all that, and rebounding, because that's a big key. That's JJ has emphasized that big time, because the Rockets led the league in rebounding like 48.1, something like that. So that's going to be huge. So Ayton's going to need a huge series as well, with Jackson Hayes as well. So it's, I can't wait for today's game. it's either going to be a massacre or it's going to be super. I don't know if you guys, has the line changed at all today? Like it did last night after KD, it was like a half a point or something.
Down to 4.5 now. Yeah.
4.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
changed even since we've taken the air. Now, granted, we have
Really?
been on the air for about 3 days now. It feels like we are in our 5th hour. But Ryan, let's say everything goes perfectly, right? Let's say the pieces fall where they may. Is it possible that Luka returns in round 2? Is it possible? And what's the latest on Austin Reeves, his status on when a possible return could happen for either of these guys?
There's been a lot of like kind of conflicting reports, right? Like one guy says, "Hey, look, Luka could get back before Reeves," or or vice versa, right? And I'm like, I just don't know what to believe at this point. All these doctors chiming in, and then a couple reporters saying this or that. I think I heard it was Jovan Buha said that Reeves is a better chance to come back early, something like that. I just don't know. I mean, but I don't think Luka would go all the way to Spain to do some treatment if there wasn't, a chance of him getting back early. So if I were to guess, I would say game 6, maybe game 5 if they're lucky. If you look at the schedule, it's not like the regular season, right? Where it's like every other day is a game. There's just like some good gaps in between to give, and it gives Luka more time. It really benefits the Lakers. And then plus they're playing at home the first 2 games. So like I said, there's a fighting chance here. I mean, if you get those guys back, that's a series. That's a series for sure.
We're talking to Ryan Ward, publisher reporter for Lakers on SI at Ryan Ward LA. I kind of said, at least from a betting angle, even if you don't think the Lakers can complete the task and win this series in an upset, I think tonight though is and maybe everybody's on it and I should pivot, but this seems like the night to have the Lakers actually get the win. Like I like the Lakers quite a bit tonight to cover, especially if you got it at 5.5. I think tonight everybody's fresh. This is where we maybe see LeBron be able to do it. I don't know if he can do it for a full series though.
Yeah, it's definitely going to have to be like if you can get 2 games out of LeBron that are just like, vintage LeBron, I think you can get him to shoulder the load. And like I said, I think Kennard's got to have a big series. I think that's the crazy part. So many of these guys are going to have to step up. Kennard, Smart, Ayton, basically the starters. Jake LaRavia, I guess, as well. But it's tonight. I mean, because another thing people aren't thinking about is, okay, if KD's cleared, cool. But how is he going to play on that knee? Is he going to be the same guy? Is he going to be a little, held back by that knee? I mean, who knows? And he's not, he's no spring chicken anymore either, right? What is he, like 30, 37, 38?
Yeah.
36? Yeah. I mean, and he's got an injury history as well. So, tonight is going to be super interesting. And I totally agree with you. I think if the Lakers are going to take one, this would be the best chance, would be tonight.
Who poses the biggest threat for the Lakers on the Rockets?
Well, I mean, KD, obviously, but like I'd say Amen Thompson. I think he really gave them problems. And I mean, I'm sure he'll be tasked with either LeBron or Kennard, so he could really rattle them. So if he plays really well, they could be in trouble.
Ryan, what about the rest of the West, though? We've locked in, of course, to this Lakers matchup. I'm excited for it as well, but we know a lot of talk about the Spurs and what they've been able to do against the Thunder this year. I'm intrigued by the Timberwolves and Nuggets, which starts like right now, I guess, about to tip off as well. And we were talking about who has a lot of pressure here. Who do you think ultimately, though, has the best chance to challenge the Thunder? Do you buy what the Spurs have done in the regular season, or do you say, hey, the track record of a young team that hasn't been here before usually doesn't bode well come Western Conference final time, if in fact they even get there?
I think it's either the Nuggets or the Spurs, right? You got Nuggets, I mean, just the Jokic factor. Jamal Murray's having a career year. And then if he's, Gordon's healthy, they got a lot of good role players. And then San Antonio, I mean, on paper, they should be the best, right? They should be the best competition for OKC. But then again, there's that inexperience is going to linger, right? So, I mean, if I were to pick, I mean, maybe Denver is the smart choice, but San Antonio, I'd say, okay, so Denver on paper, yes. San Antonio seems to be the obvious choice, right? So I don't know. maybe I would go through. You got to see how Denver plays against Minnesota, right? If they can just smoke Minnesota, which I think is very possible, then they're going to be super dangerous the rest of the way.
Is the fact that the Lakers-Rockets game being on network television, is that an age joke towards LeBron? Is that the NBA poking fun at the LeBron being like, oh, you're old enough. You probably don't understand streaming, so we're just going to put you on network television?
Totally.
Oh, God. That's what I thought. Ryan, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. I'm amped. I love playoff basketball, man. It's the all day event.
Yeah, so that's the thing.
What's up?
On the way out the door is LeBron is obviously LeBron's not going back to Los Angeles. If you had to guess a landing spot for him, what would
Cleveland.
your money? Okay, wow, that was quick.
Yeah. I'll say this. I've said this a couple of times, but when he came to LA, we all knew. All of us reporters, we all knew that he was coming. Like a month before he even signed. It was just kind of one of those worst kept secrets, right? And
yeah, right.
We had everything written up, like ready to go right when he signed, and I get the same kind of sense now with Cleveland. Not as strong. But it feels like the writing's on the wall, and it makes sense. There was an article that came out with Dan Wilkie, I think, and Sam Amick that said that he doesn't want a farewell tour, and I'm like, dude, you've known this guy a long time. You can tell this guy just loves the attention, so he wants a farewell tour.
Yeah,
that is BS. I don't believe that at all. But yeah, if I were to put my money on it, gun to the head type thing, Cleveland for sure.
Yeah, and my wife doesn't want flowers for Valentine's Day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There you go. That's Ryan Ward, publisher reporter for Lakers on SI at Ryan Ward LA. Thanks so much for the insight, man. Enjoy the game tonight. Enjoy the series.
No problem. You guys too.
There you go. Good stuff. Yeah, look, I think that's the second guest we've had on today reacting to LeBron James' report from yesterday about the farewell tour and everything. And everybody's on the same page, I think, when it comes to that. Like, that's why I think he's got one more year. And by the way, I know it has a negative connotation to it, but like I want him to have a farewell tour. I want him to have that. I really do. I want to have an opportunity to know that this is the last year that I'm watching him play. Like, I know people a lot of times like, I don't like, you're going to get the gift basket everywhere you go kind of thing. But look, as a fan, I don't know. I want to continue to watch one of the greatest, if not the greatest of all time play as long as possible. And this is not him like pathetically hanging on by a thread. He's still playing at an extremely high level. Yes, it's not LeBron James at 28. I get that. But this is not ultimately what it was like for MJ the last year in Washington, okay? This is a little bit different, all right?
Yeah, right. It's not like the end of Homeward Bound where Shadow's limping back to his family. No, like this dog still has a lot of like spring left in his step. I mean, and he's going to really put that spring to the test with this series against the Rockets. But yeah, I as a fan, we need closure, and I feel like we need it just as much as we know that he wants it.
Yeah, and I think, it sounded like Ryan, our guest there, was a little more, I guess, not concerned, but certainly questioning the Kevin Durant injury. You and I kind of poo-pooed it a little bit with the knee contusion, but it sounds like he's keeping a closer eye on it than maybe you and I are. Just that, hey, could that be actually a real thing that keeps Kevin Durant out? I still be shocked, but maybe we're not giving enough attention to the knee contusion for Kevin Durant that popped up yesterday or Thursday, I guess.
Well, Ryan brought up a great point where, like, if it wasn't serious, why not just slap him with a probable tag, right? The fact that he's questionable, that's like, that's DEFCON 4, right? Not quite DEFCON 5 with the out ruling, but it very easily could have just gone with a probable, like he's likely to play and there's no concern here, nothing to see here. But it's when you hit him with questionable, especially like last night, like, I don't know. I'll be interested to see if that thing is more serious. And like Ryan said, like, even if he does play, how he'll be able to hold up through the course of the game, let alone a 7-game series.
Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you here on BetMGM Game Day. Up next, I want to get some final thoughts on the NFL draft, final predictions of how things are going to play out. Also, some final picks and bets for the NBA. We got another game that just tipped off moments ago. That's coming up right here on Westwood One Sports.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your Odds Boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. Alex Gold, Austin Huff with you, and we'll be handing things off on Westwood One Sports here in about 20 minutes or so. We have 2 minutes to go in the Cavs-Raptors game. It's 124-109. Cleveland going to take game one of that series, and we are just underway in the second game of the day. Nuggets, Timberwolves, and then also later on tonight at 6 o'clock, Hawks, Knicks, and as we've spent a good time talking about the Rockets and the Lakers. When you think about the NBA postseason, one thing I think has been very evident, and we know this, I guess it happens in the NFL playoffs. It certainly happens in October baseball. But, man, the intensity level from the play-in games or even today and watching a little bit of the Cavs game, it is night and day. Like, the casual fan that wants to knock the NBA and all the bad headlines about the NBA all year, ratings are up, attendance is up in the league. And the intensity, though, today and yesterday, et cetera, from play-in games, it is just it's a different league. It looks like a completely different league we're watching.
One of my most popular unpopular opinions is and I still firmly believe this. I think the NBA playoffs are better than March Madness. And I say that to people, and they're like, "What? Are you serious? Like, you're that's ridiculous." But when you watch the actual basketball being played, like, you're seeing the best players in the world play their absolute hardest for 48 minutes every single night. It makes for incredible basketball. And look, are there games in an 82 game season where guys kind of phone it in or maybe don't go as hard or have to conserve their knees, make business decisions? Sure. But all of that gets thrown out the window for the NBA playoffs, and it makes for some of the most fun basketball you will ever watch. If you truly sit down and watch. A lot of people that push back on it are like, well, have you watched the NBA playoffs lately? And they're like, well, no, but I watch March Madness, and I love March Madness, the buzzer beaters. Yay. It's like, no.
Sure.
Like, watch the NBA playoffs, and you will be like blown away at just how amazing the basketball is. Both just the basketball IQ of it, but then just the intensity like you were talking about.
Yeah. Oh, it's so obvious to watch the difference. I don't necessarily agree on the March Madness thing, but that's also because, look, I don't have an NBA team, so my intensity level as a fan is different. I don't live in an NBA market. I never have. I guess for a brief period of time I worked at one, but like that's probably more of a me thing than anybody else. So I'll side with March Madness, but I'm with you on what you said at the end, which is the basketball level, the shot making, the intensity, all that. It is simply incredible to watch. And we got 3 more games today, and we got a full slate tomorrow. And as we all know, the joke, of course, about the NBA playoffs, it's April, and this thing's going to be going until almost July 4th. We've got plenty of playoff baseball or basketball ahead of us.
Which is funny, we didn't even bring up, the Stanley Cup playoffs going on, which is, currently they're getting ready to start next week.
Yeah.
And the Stanley Cup itself tweeted, the Stanley Cup itself tweeted, "I am ready." Earlier, I believe yesterday, tweeted, "I am ready." And it's like, okay, that's good that you're ready, Stanley Cup, but also we have about 2 more months until you will be handed out to anyone. So, it's like it is fun. Like, yeah, look, I love this time of year. The tulips off of State Street in downtown Chicago are blooming. The weather is turning. The NFL draft is upon us, and you've got both the Stanley Cup playoffs and the NBA playoffs like starting. It is a great time to be a sports fan. But you have to remember that when it comes to those 2 postseasons, it's going to be like a few weeks until we crown a champion. It's going to be about a couple of months. So just hold your horses.
Yeah, you mentioned the NHL. One game is already underway in the East. That is the Hurricanes and the Senators. Into the first period, they're scoreless. Another game going to start at 5:30. Puck drop there. Wild and Stars. And then the late game tonight. This will be a fun one. We talk about intensity of fan bases and stuff. you got the Pittsburgh Penguins, the Philadelphia Flyers.
Yeah.
This game in Pittsburgh tonight at 8:00 over on ESPN. A big week for Pittsburgh. They got that, and they got the NFL draft taking place Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Trust me,
And
I looked, Austin. I'm going to be in Pittsburgh, and I looked to see if the series was going to align. I've not gone to a playoff hockey game before. Unfortunately, I believe the schedule not going to work out to where the Pittsburgh Penguins would be hosting. I think if it was a Game 7, I think that's in Philadelphia. I could be wrong, but either way, I don't think they'll be playing in Pittsburgh during the draft. Otherwise, I've considered staying an extra day.
That would have been awesome. And the Pirates aren't in town either. Which speaking
no,
of,
that was
the
an
Pittsburgh
amazing thing. Yeah, that downtown stadium there, the view, it looks incredible. I haven't been to PNC Park. We're actually doing our shows there locally next Thursday and Friday from PNC Park.
That's awesome.
That's our setup, and I'm looking forward to the view. But yes, I wish Paul Skeens was pitching in front of me while I was doing my show. That'd be fun.
Yeah, right. PNC Park is, I think it's one of the best parks in all of baseball, and that's one of the reasons why I've been so upset that the Pirates haven't. They've pumped so little money into their organization. It's because when that city is like, when the Pirates are in the playoffs and the whole stadium, just wears black and packs out PNC Park, it's one of the best atmospheres in all of baseball. But don't sleep on the Pirates this year. Even as small as their payroll is, they're tied for first in the Central.
Yeah, Connor Griffin's up.
Connor Griffin, their pitching is really good this year. Like the Pirates, low key, I get it. It's a long season. You don't want to buy in too much, but they're young. They're spry. They don't know any better. Don't sleep on the Pittsburgh Pirates this year. And that just paired with, the Penguins in the playoffs, them getting the draft. It's a good time to be a Pittsburgh sports fan for sure.
Yeah, and as I said, the draft is there. So let's wrap up just final thoughts on the draft. The next time we're on the air, it'll be day 3 of the NFL draft. So there'll be a ton, I know, to discuss next Saturday with how the top 10 and the first round go, and any of the surprises and trades that occur. Your final pick here, where does Jeremiah Love go? Because I think that's the player that nobody can really make their mind up for sure on where he's going to go. The favorite landing spot is Tennessee at 4.
Yeah.
But as I said, I think the Giants would be a great fit. I think the Commanders, if he makes it all the way to 7 and they don't pull off a trade, is also a fit. Where do you ultimately think Jeremiah Love ends up?
Yeah, because I said, I think the Tennessee Titans are the fork in the road for this draft. We know where the top of the draft essentially is going to go. Maybe not in a direct order. Like we know Mendoza 1. We know probably either Bailey or Reese are going to go 2 and 3 potentially. Like that's all but set in stone. Tennessee is, I think, the outlier here. A lot of people are saying Jeremiah Love. I could very easily see them go with an edge rusher there, depending on, what happens before them, or maybe even not depending. I could see them maybe trying to go with a Bain, because you got to, and you made a great point earlier in the show, look at who their head coach is. They bring in Robert Saleh, and they've already got a strong defensive line. They want to open up slots for Jeffrey Simmons. They want to make that defensive line elite, and they could do so with an elite edge rusher. But with all of that said, I actually personally, I think they will go Jeremiah Love. I think it's going to be a Wendy's value menu. I think they're going to use 4 for 4, and I think it is Jeremiah Love in two-tone blue. Well, I guess I don't even know if they're technically still two-tone blue because they got the new uniforms, but I think Jeremiah Love will be a Tennessee Titan by this time next week.
What helps the rookie or now second-year quarterback more, Cam Ward? Having a stud at running back, or having a ridiculously dominant defense that allows him not to have to go and put up 28 points a game or something crazy like that? That, to me, is the balance. If Robert Saleh was not their head coach, I would be like, it was easily Jeremiah Love. Because Robert Saleh is the head coach is why I think there is a chance they still go defensive line.
And it's not like their running back room isn't decent already. Like, they've got Tony Pollard, who put up a 1,000-yard season last year. They got Tajay Spears to kind of spell him, and so they are pretty strong in at that position already. But Jeremiah Love is just, I mean, he is a generational talent, in my opinion. So I think like you kind of have to. And like, what's to say? Like, who's to say you're not reliving? You know, we talked so much about nostalgia in the 90s and the NFL is going back. The Titans are going back to their old Oilers uniforms. So, like, why not go back to 95, 96 when you drafted Steve McNair in the first round in 95? And then the very next year you drafted Eddie George. Why not replay history? Because you had a lot of success with number 9 and number 27 in your backfield. What's the difference between that and having number 1 and number 4 in your backfield?
No, that's fair. And it's definitely gonna change how the top 5 goes. One last question on this one. Ty Simpson, likely gonna be the second quarterback off the board. We both agree he's in the first round, right? Where does he go though? How high can he go? I think there's no way he's drafted before 15. And not even at, I'm just making it as a benchmark. He's going to go after the top 15.
You think he's after the top 15?
I think he's going in the 20s or something.
I agree. I think I would even say 25 or later. Like, I think it's at the end of first round, potentially even falls to the second round.
I would be surprised if he falls to the second, only because it's still I understand it's not a great class,
Sure.
but quarterback,
Right.
somebody will take advantage of that. Maybe they like the 5th-year option or something like that. But man, that's going to be one to watch for Pittsburgh or the LA Rams. I told you, I think they should look into him.
Or maybe even, I love him going to the Rams. Don't sleep on the Browns picking him up at 24. We know how the Browns love to draft a quarterback, as they showed us last year. So,
if the Browns, oh man, that's true. That's true. I actually think Deshaun Watson's going to start week 1 for Cleveland, but we got months to figure that one out. He's Austin Huff. I'm Alex Gold. Hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. We're talking draft next Saturday here on the show, some NBA postseason. We'll see you then.